Get started. Let's call this meeting to order. This is the May 17th, 2023 meeting of the Concord City Planning Board. If you could, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Chairman Woodford.
Here.
Councilor Champlin.
Here.
Member Rosenberger. Here. Member Hicks.
Here.
Member Smithmeyer.
Here.
Member Savage.
Here.
Member Santa Cruz.
Here.
Okay, so we have a quorum. We'll open the meeting. First item on the agenda is to approve the minutes of the April 19th meeting. Would someone like to make a motion to approve those minutes as submitted?
Move approval.
A second? Anybody?
Second.
Eh,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd just like to mention that I did watch the entire video and read the minutes.
I'm going to let you not vote on this then, just in case. So we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yes.
I did
Yes,
not.
that's fine. Yep, so for the record, both Jeff and Teresa are not voting on that. Okay, quick overview on the agenda tonight. Come back to 8 in just a second. Item 9 on our agenda, 61 Borough Road. We need a motion to postpone that to the June 21st Planning Board meeting. Would someone like to make a motion to postpone item
Second.
9? Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. The St. John's Church, which was item 10 on the agenda. Motion to move that to the same
Second.
June 21st meeting. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And item 8 on our agenda is for, just read it into the record quick. Joseph Alosa requests a 1-year extension of a conditional approvals of a major site plan and conditional use permit for the construction of a parking lot at 96 Hall Street in the Opportunity Corridor. They have requested an extension, so we can do that with a motion. If someone would like to make a motion to grant that extension.
So moved.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Other than that, Heather, everything on the agenda will be heard tonight?
Yes.
Okay, let's move right on to determination of completeness. We've got 3 items in determination of completeness. And again, if anybody's looking at these items, and we don't take any public testimony on items 5A, 5B, and 5C, they are determination of completeness components. What's going on out behind
I
us?
don't know, but it's very wild.
So we have 3 items on the determination of completeness, 5A, 5B, and 5C. For the record, 5A has been determined complete and a development of regional impact, and setting the public hearing for June 21st. Item 5B is determined complete, not a development of regional impact, and the hearing for the June 21st meeting. And 5C is determined complete, and again, a development of regional impact, and setting the public hearing for the 21st. Would someone like to make a motion to find those as so eloquently outlined by your chair and set the public hearing for the 21st?
So moved.
Second.
Again, finding those complete. Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Moving us right on to item 6 in our agenda. If we could read item 6A into the record.
Sure. Rebuilding California On and Off Electric on behalf of Capital Hotel Company LLC requests ADR approval for replacement of a 47.18 square foot internally illuminated building sign and replacement of a 12 square foot internally illuminated monument sign at 70 Constitution Ave and the Opportunity Corridor Performance District. No one showed up at the ADR meeting, and ADR recommended to table it to next month because they had questions, and also staff found that they were presenting the sign on a facade that had not been constructed, had not been approved, and it had a previous ADR approval for that facade, but that approval expired. So we reached out to the representative of the owner to say, hey, you need to come back for the ADR approval, and you need to come back with your sign on a facade that either exists or is a valid approval.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and.
So we've got a make a motion to postpone this to the June 21st meeting. Is that it?
Right.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to postpone this 6A, rebuilding California On and Off Electric to the June 21st meeting?
Move to postpone.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries, so that has been postponed. That'll bring us up to item 7A on our agenda, if we could read that into the record.
Joya Hughes requests a conditional use permit for driveway separation alternatives to allow for a second driveway where only one is otherwise permitted at 174 Village Street in the downtown residential district. Staff does recommend the application be determined complete, not a development of regional impact, and to open the public hearing.
Okay, so we have a determination of completeness component. It's been found complete by staff, not a development of regional impact. Someone like to make a motion to find the application complete and open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We'll open the public hearing. We get a staff summary. Is the applicant here? Come on up. We get a staff summary.
So this property at 174 Village Street, it's right at the corner of Bonnie Village and Winter Street. They have a shared driveway to the south of the building, and over time they started to utilize and make kind of a two-car parking port on the north part of the building to accommodate the multifamily use. They are right in the middle where our street rehabilitation program is occurring, and so they worked with staff. It was where those vehicles, where the the added parking area, they backed up into Bonnie Street right at the corner of kind of Village and Winter. It was a very unsafe condition, so they worked with the road paving program to move that driveway out of that location and onto Winter Street, where it was determined that it was an illegitimate driveway and they didn't have the necessary frontage for two driveways. So the applicant is here to receive approval to swing that around to a much safer location with the intention that the vehicles will not need to back into the roadways. Any
But
questions?
still, yeah, so still both driveways. So on the plan set, the grayed out area where there is I believe a driveway now and pavement, they're gonna continue to use that?
They will continue to use the shared driveway to the south of the building. That accommodates about 4 to 6 parking spaces for them. They were going to, just to the north where they currently were parking on gravel, that's been bermed in. It'll be loamed and seeded, and it will be as you propose. On the plan you see, it has an 18-foot wide driveway. At the time, we were trying to minimize the space that they were going to be impacting, but because the use is multifamily, it requires a 24-foot wide driveway. So I think the applicant is going to stick with a 24 wide.
How many parking spots in this one house? So you said 4 to 6 on the back, or I don't know if it's the back or the front, but on the grayed-in existing shared driveway, how many parking spots are in that back spot?
The applicant says it can accommodate about 4 to 8. It's a shared use with the property beneath it. It's possible that the configuration of that lot could be enhanced.
And then how many in the new space?
It was designed for 4.
So as many as 12 parking spots in this one house?
8 to 10.
Okay. Okay, welcome to the table. If you guys could state your names for the record?
Sure. Joya Hughes.
Thomas Hughes.
Okay, tell us why you need so many parking spots.
So we bought the family, multifamily a few years ago. There's 4 existing units in the building. Currently, our tenants only have about 3, 4, they've 6 cars. 3 of the units are 1 bedroom and 1 is a 3 bedroom. So they're using 2 spots to what's you're referring to the south part of the building. Right now, they have to back into the adjacent property's driveway to be able to nose out onto Bonnie Street. They can't, otherwise they would have to back out onto Bonnie Street if they didn't use the adjacent property's driveway. So moving it to the north side of the driveway would eliminate that issue.
And that 4 to 6 includes at least 2 spots for the shared driveway for the property to the south of us, so it would be about 8 spots potentially for our 4 units.
Okay. So we've got a long-standing issue with duplicate or multiple driveways in properties, but a lot of them, again, aren't multifamily properties. They're just single-family properties. Any questions from the board? Yeah, Matt?
I just want to point out that typically I'm the person who doesn't want to allow multiple driveways. I do see this as a bit of a different scenario.
I do too, and I'm right with you on not approving multiple driveways for that same exact reason. Any other questions from the board? Jeff?
I do. I'm looking at the sketch that was provided, and it shows a 56 total width with an 18 driveway, which would leave 18-foot parking spots on each side. but if we're going to a 24-foot driveway, should that 56 feet be expanded to 60 feet in order to have two 18-foot spaces on each side?
Yeah, that sketch proposal was for the 18-foot with drive aisle, which having that would have to be a separate CUP. I think the applicant decided to stick with the 24 as required.
I just want to make sure you have enough room to park a vehicle, back a large pickup, and they're not so close together that you run into the issue where the people start backing out into the street. And we get
Right.
back into the kind of the same issue. So that was kind of really my question. I just wanted to make sure with the wider drive that we were going to also expand the total length of that parking area so that the spaces meet standard 9 by 18.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? No? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony. You can hop back down. Okay, so again, I echo Matt's comments before regarding driveways. Oops, yeah, he's just telling me right now. So in your packet here, we've got 2.1, 2.2 is to grant the following conditional use permit approval in accordance with section 28711F of the zoning ordinance to allow for an additional 24-foot driveway with only 227 feet of frontage where 250 is required for two driveways at 174 Village Street, subject to the following conditions, and those are outlined in conditions A through D. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that conditional use permit as outlined?
So moved.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate to make sure that that width of 60 feet is included, so 24-foot drive with a 60-foot total width so that it matches what we discussed rather than the plan that was provided.
Matt?
I just want to make sure you're clear. I see this as a different use, so I will be supporting it.
Yes, I agree. Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set. Thank you very much.
I'd
Yes.
just like to take this opportunity, so for each of these public hearings,
Speak up.
for each of these motions that you
Oh,
make,
yeah.
for each of our projects now, I think I sent you all an email,
Which I didn't do.
yeah, clarifying that we do need to now discuss and, for the record, state what the findings of fact are. So I put that on here as 2.1, so that amongst yourselves, you could determine what, and I gave some options here, which are normally what we would think of as the findings of fact, so that we can be stated for the record. And we will need to do this for each of our projects moving forward. We tried to make it as painless as possible by making it one statement in the beginning, but, so I don't know if you want to
I
go ahead.
skipped right over it.
You certainly did. You were very efficient.
David, welcome to the table. Recognize David Fox here for the meeting.
Sorry,
That's okay, no problem at all. Do I need to
Traffic.
change anything?
No, I think that, though, that you should,
Yep,
Have that
recognize it going
discussion and-
forward. Yep. Go for this one?
yes.
Okay, so again, and 2.1 is staff recommends the board discuss and determine the findings of fact, which may include information provided in the staff reports, the applicant's submission materials, testimony provided during the public hearing, or other documents or materials provided in the public hearing. Based on the findings of fact adopted, staff recommends that the board take the motion, make the motion outlined below. So again, just for the record, finding of facts were, from my perspective, all in the staff report, and the data that was provided to us. Does that change anything as far as the motion and the second?
Nope, I think
Nope.
just,
Okay.
is everyone in agreement?
Everyone's in agreement?
Yes.
You don't need to make motions,
No.
but we should
Okay,
be clear.
all right, let's move on to 7B, and we'll hit it for the next one. How's that?
7B, VHB, on behalf of Eversource, requests approval for two conditional use permits for disturbance of wetland buffers in the Shoreline Protection District to allow improvements to the V182 and F139 utility lines in the open space residential district. Staff does recommend the applications be determined complete, not developments of regional impact, and to open the public hearing.
Okay, so we have a determination of completeness component again. It's not a development of regional impact.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
That title is actually wrong. It's 3 conditional use permits. There's a third one for the use allowed within the residential district. That is covered in the report. It's just incorrect in the title.
Gotcha. So it doesn't change the determination of completeness component or development of regional impact?
No, it
Okay.
does not. So
So we've got a determination of completeness component. Staff has found the application complete, not a development of regional impact. Someone like to make a motion to find the application complete and open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Public hearing is open. Is the applicant here? Let's get a staff update if we could.
Sure, so this is, they're continued, they've come before you for a couple different projects along the right-of-way. This one is from Farmwood Station heading north up to Canterbury. They went before Conservation Commission last week. There was recommendation from the commission to grant approval.
Okay, welcome back. If you could state your names for the record.
Good evening. I'm Ashley Friend. I'm with Eversource.
I'm Andrew Mahoney. I'm with VHB. Alex Green with Eversource.
Okay, and I think we've been through this a couple times with you guys before, but if you could give us a quick overview, and we'll move on from there.
Yeah. So this is a utility maintenance project that spans along a 14.3-mile long utility right-of-way from Webster Substation in Franklin down to Farmwood Substation in Concord, and includes the V182 and F139 electric transmission lines, which run parallel to each other in a shared about 225-foot wide right-of-way corridor. The project proposes to replace outdated wooden structures with new weathered steel structures consistent with the current industry standards to ensure reliability of the power system and prevent customer outages. In Concord, the right-of-way spans approximately 1.7 miles. With approximately 2.90 acres of temporary wetland impacts. The construction period is proposed from summer of 2023 to winter of 2024, and the right-of-way will be accessed from intersecting public roadways. Timber mats will be used to disperse equipment weight and prevent rutting in the wetlands, and then streams will be spanned from beyond the banks to avoid any impacts. Erosion controls such as silt sock, silt fence will be installed, and all work will occur in accordance with the utility BMP manual.
Okay, questions from the board? Any questions regarding this? Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns with this application? No? Okay, quick, you like that? We will close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony. In our staff recommendation here, again, we'll address the findings of fact. Here, again, it's the staff report that we're determining, using as our determination, as our findings of fact, and based on that, I will look for a motion to grant the conditional use permit approvals as outlined in your packet, and there's 3 of them, Beth, and those are listed right in the packet under 2.1?
It's correct, yes.
Okay, so under 2.1 is to grant those 3 conditional use permits with the subsequent conditions outlined in 1, 2, and 3. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that conditional use permit as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Jeff?
Chairman, I do have a question.
Yep.
I don't know if it's in the report. I might have missed it, but I believe this crosses White Road and runs along 132, which also requires them to get a state DOT access permit.
Correct.
Just want to make sure that's fully clear, and they're doing that as well.
Thank you. Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set. Thank you very much. All right, is that okay?
Perfect.
Third way? All right, 7C, let's read it into the record.
Wilcox and Barton, on behalf of Arts Alley LLC, requests an amendment to a previously approved major site plan to reduce the proposed buildings to a 4-story building for use as a restaurant on the 1st floor, residential units on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and an event space on the 4th floor at 22 South Main Street in Central Business Performance District.
Great. No determination of completeness. So if we could get a staff update.
Sure. So, yeah, pretty much as it is, they came before you for conditional approval for a 5-story building with offices. It's been reduced to 4 stories with residential on the 2nd and 3rd floor. It's reduced the size of the building. There's some minor site changes, and there's existing waivers that they still need that were already approved, but they're requesting one additional waiver, which I believe Aaron will address with you tonight, but staff is recommending approval of the amendment.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Welcome to the table. If you guys could state your names for the record.
Good evening. My name is Erin Lambert with Wilcox and Barton.
I'm Steve Dupree.
So yes, as Beth mentioned, we were before you at the end of the December with a 5-story building. The building program has since been revised down to 4 stories. I'll let Steve give you a little bit of the background and the reasons why.
Two reasons. One, 5 stories looked like we were putting too much building on the space. It just looked out of place. And the second reason, we're switching the office space, which we were going to do 3 floors of, to 2 floors of apartments. The rationale for that is, based on the current construction costs, the office rents would have to be $32 a square foot triple net, which is $42 a foot, which is the current rents in downtown Portsmouth, but those are not the current rents in Concord. They're about $29 a foot. So it just, we don't, and a 5-story building has to be steel, and steel prices have not come down at all. Wood framing prices have come down, and with a 4-story, we'll do a concrete steel first floor and 3 floors of wood floor above that. We also were approached by a couple institutions that have a real high need for small apartments available for their populations, market rate.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
So the heavy lift was certainly to the architecture, but let me walk you through a couple of the minor changes that impacted the site. So previously, the building was a little bit larger. We did only have a 4-foot wide sidewalk on the south side between our new building and the co-op. You did grant a waiver for that. We no longer need that waiver. We do have a full 5-foot wide sidewalk. But because of the change of use, a number of doors were added to meet egress requirements. So the waiver that we're requesting, let me see if I can point this without hitting Martha. In this corner right here, we previously did not have access from the building back to the back patio. Originally, the only access to the back patio was going to be through the shared alley with the Bank of New Hampshire stage. However, given the fact that we now have a residential use, we really wanted to add that connectivity. So in order to try to gain a little bit of stormwater recharge on the site, we previously had that area as stone, crushed stone, that would allow the water to infiltrate. It's now going to be a pedestrian connectivity. So we are asking for a waiver to reduce the amount of groundwater recharge. Admittedly, it was very small. We'll still have a little bit in the planting beds, and we've tried to increase those to the extent practicable. But we explored using permeable pavers. However, Steve can talk about this a little bit more. Because the area will be difficult to maintain in the winter, we are still maintaining. We're going to heat the concrete patio, and we're going to carry that around, because trying to maintain that walkway between the 2 buildings, which really won't see any sunlight, would be very difficult. So that's all going to be an intrinsically heated concrete pad, which eliminates the opportunity for me to introduce something like pervious pavers. We do have an underground gallery. However, it is a detention gallery. So one of the requests of staff was for us to provide a little bit more support for why we are unable to infiltrate on the site. And I do have a request, a revised waiver letter that I'll send around. A couple of them have the new language highlighted in yellow. The basic gist is that we have urban fill here, so in urban soils and fill, we're unable to determine where seasonal high groundwater is for us to acceptably design an infiltration system. We know historically from work on other properties in the area that groundwater is pretty high. We're only 2 streets removed from Spring Street. And when I worked on the Krista McAuliffe School, I quickly learned that Spring Street was named Spring Street for a reason. There's a lot of groundwater. So unfortunately, we are putting in a detention system to meter it out. We are not sending any additional rate of runoff into the city system, but we are requesting that waiver. Other than that, the building is remarkably similar to what you saw in December. And I will give you a preview of the elevations that Steve and Procom presented at the architectural design review. It's my understanding architectural design review asked us to return to make a couple of changes, and we are willing to do that and planning to do that at the next meeting. We're hoping to get your approval of that, and we are planning to go back in June. Do you want to walk them through these at all? Or?
Yeah, I mean, just in the,
Super brief.
obviously, we reduced it 1 floor. The top floor is still conference center meeting space, and then a roof deck that's still underway. The real changes were to the window schemes for the 2nd and 3rd floor. Instead of doing a curtain wall that doesn't have operable windows, you won't have operable windows. And I wasn't at architectural design review, but talking with Adam Morrill, I mean, there's some, it depends on who's at architectural design review at the given time, trying to get everybody to
Yeah, what are they asking you to come back for?
They want to see the design tie together a little bit better, and they had a question about a couple of the window elements, so.
I think it had to do with the size of the windows and some questions on the glazing.
Yeah. So, I mean, my goal, when you do apartments, I've done a fair number of them and used to do lots of condominiums, the more glass, the better. These are smaller units, so the bigger the glass, the bigger the windows, the better the unit. That's just, so they had questions about the glazing, a couple questions about the window system, making sure it tied into the rest of the building. So it's the kind of thing that the pro-con architects love spending time and money doing. That's fine. And once we'll do the same thing we've done with every building, like when we did the Smile and Bindery building. We actually have the staff come out when we're building it and do the mock-ups and do a panel and say, hey, do we need a little bit more purple brick at the top, which we did, make changes in the field after the staff approves it.
So it's my understanding we're planning to go back in June to address the minor comments that they had regarding window size and glazing and any other elements, and also do that follow-up with the materials closer to or during construction. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
If only we had steam heat to drive the permeable, don't give me, I
There's
will
only
say.
$4 million more on the
Yeah, I
federal
know it.
grant, and we
Yeah,
could have had it.
Only $4 million. I will note that you're right. I think the 5 was a lot of building in a little space. To me, the top floor in particular looks much more reminiscent of our area. I think I'm pretty confident here that those are open, those two in the middle are open. Are those open all the time, or are they gonna be open and closed?
No, they will open, they can open, but they
Okay.
won't be open all the time. We don't want revelers to jump.
Okay, and, we're sensitive to apartments on Main Street now with no patios or balconies out front, so, air conditioning, central air?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking, I have to, I'm not gonna be towels hanging out the window, or you might, but that's
You
not.
won't see any shark cages show up unexpectedly.
Shark cages, very good. Okay, questions from the board, Jeff?
Probably my biggest one is, when this was looked at as the office space in the restaurant, those were uses that would be mostly during the day, and the parking would be consistent with other uses downtown. Now that this is switching to residential, I have strong concerns about where your tenants are gonna be parking.
Well, funny you should say that. I have a long-term lease on, I think, 250 spaces in the garage. And the city would like to swap from designated spaces to permits, because then they can lease 20% more permits, which helps the parking fund. And I'm not adverse to that, and in fact, we're in negotiations that have gone on and off while they were rebuilding the School Street garage, because that one has a 50-year lease on it. And what we're gonna propose is that we will switch to permits, which will help the city. We'll reduce the number of spaces that we have under contract, which will also help the city. The quid pro quo that I've suggested to the city is that some number of spaces actually be 24-hour spaces, so that the tenants will have a place to park. We have 250 spaces, and given the way our large tenant, the hospital in the Smile building, has 70,000 feet, used to have 300 people working in it. At one point now, it's about 100. So we have too many spaces. It'll help the city. It's a great trade for everyone, and we're gonna probably have that completed in July. So we should, these are 16 apartments. 12 of them are one-bedroom apartments. So at most, you need like 20 spaces. And I think it's a good trade for the city. It'll help them. It helps the city's parking solvency. That's good for me as a taxpayer. So we will have parking.
I guess my question is that something that can be made a conditional approval, that has to be?
I don't know that you have to have, in that district, you don't have to.
Don't have to have any parking.
Okay,
in the district.
I'm
Yeah,
asking,
the
I just-
district doesn't
Yeah, no,
have
I know
fair
you seem
question.
very relevant.
We looked at doing condominiums at one point, and the reason we opted not to is the price per square foot you'll have to sell a condominium for, which is almost $500 a foot. That means 1,000-foot unit, which is not large, would be $500,000. People are paying $500,000 for a condominium.
They want a guaranteed parking spot.
They want a guaranteed parking, and they
Least
don't want
one.
to carry their groceries across the street from a garage. They want parking on site, which the Flatley Company is doing a good job with their apartments that way.
I
Yep.
wanted to ask,
Yep.
I figured
We
it was
like
at least
those
worth checking with
questions.
staff,
Yep.
so I didn't,
Yep.
get. The only other thing I have is, when you were here last time, if you remember, I mentioned, could you look at a green roof? Because that obviously offsets some of your drainage concerns with your recharge, heating, cooling,
Yep.
other things. Is that something that's still a potential to be looked at?
It's a potential, but a part of the roof has the mechanicals, which will be enclosed in a, a enclosure like we do. We don't like to see heat pump units on bare roofs. And then we have a roof deck up there. We actually having an old Airstream trailer repurposed as a bar. And so that's going to be functional space. So it's tough to put green space in there and also have tables and chairs. But I also have the back row of parking at the co-op. I own that. I let them use that. They desperately need more parking. So I'm telegraphing because I haven't talked to them about it, but they need that parking. And I think there might be opportunity for a trade there where we put some green roof on, depending on what they're load bearing, and maybe some solar, because we'd like to add that. So we haven't had those discussions yet, but that's our best
I
option.
like to hear that, because obviously within our regs, we do have a section that talks about sustainability and
Yep.
solar and green roofs are two of them. We don't hear many opportunities to do that, but in a downtown core with this, where we have so much heat island effect right now, your site basically has very little green space.
Yep.
So anything we can do to break that up would be
Yep.
greatly appreciated.
For us, we're interested in that too.
Aaron, is the front signage on that like portico hangover, is that different than it was previously? I want to say that wasn't there before, that hanging with the steel supports that are hanging out
Left,
over it.
Gene?
So, right,
No,
no, to
the
the left.
side.
Oh, to the left side.
The portico over to the
Canopy.
left.
I think it's probably different. I don't remember because that door was, that is now the primary entrance
for
for
the
the
apartments.
apartments.
It's December you were in?
I like the look.
December
I like I like the look of it. It just, I want to make sure we're looking at everything. Lighting for the front of the building, are we doing anything special? I know.
No, it'll be within the canopy over that door.
Okay, so, and then up on the roof line, is there anything on the roof line that we're lighting, or any uplighting?
We haven't planned that yet. I'm a fan of uplighting. More light is better. Good
Think it'd
thing
be
for us
great.
to think about.
Yeah, I think it'd be great,
Yeah.
at least on the front.
Yep.
Maybe you could put a band of color around it, and you could have, no, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Actually,
Only kidding, only
I
kidding.
wouldn't be kidding. If I were all powerful, I'd have a band of light going along the outline of every building on Main Street so that people
You could
don't think
compete
they're
with
looking at
you
the
could
slums.
compete with the Hotel Concord.
No, it
Byron.
would be
We
complimentary.
talked about that.
Yeah,
We talked
that's right.
about
Yeah.
that my first term on city council.
Yep.
Mr. Dupree, would you believe that I have sometimes been critical of some of the design of the buildings, new buildings on Main Street?
I would, although not mine. I would say thank you.
And I will not correct you. But would you believe that I really like this design?
Yeah, I
And
do
I really
as
like
well.
the fact that you have kind of pushed the envelope a little bit and come up with something that's visually interesting, different, but I think will fit in nicely with our traditional historic brick facade. And would you believe that I also would love to see uplighting on that building?
There we go. We hear you.
So the copper front's not a little shimmery copper, is it, that's gonna shake in the wind?
Yeah, no, that's what we want, that shaking in the wind.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just for the record, yes, that
Canopy was there.
canopy is different than was
Okay.
submitted previously.
All right, thank you.
I do have another
Could I?
question.
That's what
That's
I
what I
was
was
telling
gonna say.
Heather to tell you.
Yes, Byron.
Will there be any space in the front of the building or around the building or in the plaza in the back for public art?
Yes. We've got the whole back wall of this building. We had some suggestions before. We want to use that. In fact, I think Procon kind of over-designed that part of it for the building for my taste. I'd rather see it a blanker wall because, yeah, we want to put that there. And we had some discussions. We're very close to having the artist who did the big mural at the World Trade Center do it on the south wall of the Bank of New Hampshire stage, but COVID came along and he moved to LA and got big. But yeah, we want to put art out there. I mean, that's going to be, I mean, for us, for this space to work too, and that's the reason we couldn't do the pervious pavement. I'm a big fan of it. I put it in at the Residence Inn. It's a little bit of a maintenance headache, but it does work. The problem is that when you're trying to do heating, because we have to heat this because you can't really plow this area. Right now, we plow it for the Bank of New Hampshire stage, and you can't push the snow to the end because they need to access the stage. So a snow melt system makes sense, and you can't really overlay a snow melt system with pervious pavement, so.
Great, thank you.
I only-
Jeff?
One other question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now that these are switching to residents, is there any possibility that you could carve out some space in the interior of the building for bike storage for the residents?
We actually do have a fairly good-sized storage room on that northwest corner.
So, you know, a lot of developments that I see have those stackable, where you can pull the arm down, you put the bike in, and it goes back up, so you can stack them vertically.
That's all right.
I think that would definitely promote maybe less cars and more people using bikes, if that's something, because I think if you say it's outside, people aren't gonna trust
No,
leaving
they
their
want
bikes
indoor
outside.
bike storage, they want a place to put their kayaks, and the smaller the apartment, the more premium on storage. If you look at what Eric Chinberg has done, his apartments will go up to Franklin, they're 450 feet for a one-bedroom apartment, but he always puts big storage space in, so you can put your gear there. Yeah.
Okay, I saw another hand, no? Okay. Anyone from the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? Yes, sir. Why don't you guys step back? Thanks. Hi, if you could state your name for the record?
Good evening. Members of the Planning Board, name is Ron Rayner, resident of Concord since about '89, now a retired engineer. I went online today and read the various reports by both the applicant and by City Review Planning Board, city planning staff. And until Steve spoke a few moments ago, my suggestion would have been to defer Planning Board approval on the amendment to conditionally approve the major site plan for the sole reason, and notice I said defer or delay versus vote against, because of parking. I support, Steve is a classy guy. He's gonna do a good job. I like the architecture. It's gonna be a good fit for the city. I think it's complementary to South Main Street. He's done well for us in the city of Concord, and he certainly has acted well in trying to manage that Victorian, both trying to dispose of it without demolition. But in reading the reports by both the applicant and the city, I didn't notice anything about parking. And so that became a concern, because I'm an advocate of there is totally inadequate parking in downtown Concord. And a lot of that has to do with city, I believe, regs, failing to require a number of spaces per unit of residential space. So failing that, really it's not required of the applicant to do anything. But until this evening, 10 minutes ago, when he spoke that, yes, I have a number of permits at the Store Street Garage and we can manage something like that, I've kind of, might revise my position such that hopefully he'll negotiate something with the city that will be acceptable in terms of the number of spaces. And if not, then I would suggest that the city do something like a fee in lieu of. If some agreement can't be reached, again, which I'd be surprised, that he do something, a fee in lieu of for parking. Because I just see this parking issue developing and magnifying further as development occurs on South Main and North Main, not only with the Flatley building, but CCA and the Bank of New Hampshire stage attracting more people to the area. I think it's all a great thing, but parking is an issue.
Yep.
So with that, I basically, that's the gist of my comments. Hopefully, we can negotiate something with Steve that will be acceptable to all.
Okay, great. Any questions for Mr. Rayner? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay?
Thank you. Okay, any other member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application?
All right.
No? We'll close the public hearing. And just for the record, there aren't, the requirements for parking are very limited on what you need on that downtown corridor. So you can put a building up and not put a lot of parking around it, or no parking at all. So,
You're right,
Yep.
and I acknowledge that.
Then I do agree, yep.
And it's a fallacy by city, not the developer.
Okay, so again, before us tonight, we've got the finding of facts that were created, which include the staff report, the testimony from the applicant, the testimony provided by the public in this case. So based on that, Do we have any further discussion regarding the applicant's request to grant an amended architectural design, review approval? Is that correct, or are they going to still go back to architectural design review? Are we just granting this approval and then they're going to go back again for another one?
Yes, like a follow-up.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? We could do them all at once? Can I do them all at once, or no?
No, they have to be separate.
Okay, so would someone like to make a motion to grant the amended architectural design review as outlined in your packet?
So moved.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Just want to clarify, do they, once they go back to architectural review, if there are changes, do they have to
They'll
come back
if
to us?
there's going to be changes, yeah. So they just
To
need
us
to.
for approval?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, just want to clarify that
Yep.
before I vote.
And any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 3.2 is to grant the waiver to section 22082, stormwater recharge of the site plan regulations to allow for decrease in stormwater recharge for the 10-year storm event. Can I do both of these, or no?
No.
Grant the me.
The answer's
Think I'm a newbie. Grant the waiver. So would someone like to make a motion on 3.2 to grant the waiver as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 3.3 is to grant the amendment to the conditionally approved major site plan approval for the construction of a new 4-story building along with 2 outdoor patio areas at 22 South Main Street. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that amendment as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all set. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on. Item 7D, if we could read 7D into the record.
Andy Sanborn, on behalf of Big Step LLC, requests major site plan approval to construct a charitable gaming hall, restaurant, and microbrewery, along with a conditional use permit approval for disturbance of wetland buffers at 7 Breakaday Drive in the Gateway Performance District.
Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and get a staff update.
Sure. There were a number of issues 2 months ago, since we didn't have the public hearing last month. The ADR, they returned to ADR. They were fine with their building elevations. They thought that all the changes that they'd made were acceptable. They didn't really have any issues with any of the ADR stuff. The traffic study and the off-site improvements, we got to a point where we were okay with the off-site improvements. The elevations on Breakaday Drive were significantly higher than existing, and we made them, we wanted to confirm with the abutter that they were okay with those elevations and that they would work with their access. We did get confirmation. They sent us a letter from the abutter noting that, that they thought the access was fine, the elevations on Breakaday Drive were fine. We also did get the water study underway and determined that we were okay with phase 1. We can follow up with this a little bit later if they discuss it, but I think the staff just wanted the board to know that when more data is available prior to phase 2, because the margin is so thin in terms of the pressure and availability and the impact on the city system, that it should be looked at more closely prior to phase 2 when we have more data, but they should be fine with phase 1. The Public Services Impact Report, I'm hoping you all checked that out. I gave you their report and my review of their report, and I won't go into that. I'll let them present their case. I think the last issue that we should discuss is the sidewalk. So staff has consistently recommended that the sidewalk be provided. We have a more specific recommendation that in addition to the off-site improvements, they provide a sidewalk crossing and reconnecting with the existing sidewalk on the other side of the road. We can discuss that further at length. The applicant has asked for a waiver for all the sidewalks. I think that's about all the major issues.
Okay, so we have a continuation of 2 months ago's public hearing, so we will open the public hearing again. Welcome back to the table. If you guys could state your name again for the record.
Certainly. My name is Nick Golan, a licensed engineer and principal with TF Moran.
And I'm John Cronin. I'm an attorney for the applicant.
Okay, so obviously at the end of the meeting in March, the issue from the board's perspective was municipal services. We asked you to come up with a municipal service review. Tell us what you got.
Well, back up just a little bit. I just also wanted to acknowledge Bob Duvall, TF Marines President and Chief Traffic Engineer, is in the audience, as is the applicants Andy and Lori Sanborn. Excuse me. This has been a rather winding road we've been on. When we think about where we started with this project, and I can see it in some people's faces, it dated back to when we originally prepared these plans in September of '22. There has been a significant amount of improvements to the project, and I think a lot of successes for the project team, and I'm really proud of our team as well as everyone from the city who has worked on this application. Just speaking to a couple of those elements, the Concom's recommended approval of our CUP for those wetlands buffer impacts. That isn't an item that we'd be looking to act on this evening. Heather stole a little bit of my thunder with a few of these, but ADR is recommending approval. The traffic study had been reviewed and approved by city staff, VHB, as well as VHB is the third-party reviewer, as well as DOT. Division of Historical Resources verified that there would be no adverse impacts relative to this project. One item that hadn't been resolved as of the last time we met is the alteration of terrain permit has now been approved for the project. The NHDS wetlands permit has been approved, and as of today, the Army Corps of Engineers has ratified it, so that approval is completely vested. And really last but not least, the city engineering review. We're really down to just a handful of comments. And I want to thank Martha Drucker for her efforts on this. We understand the staff constraints in which the city is working under right now. Martha took the time to have several conversations with me about the various outstanding items and how we thought we could go about resolving them. The fact that we're now at a point where we can acknowledge that the remaining items can be addressed as conditions of approval. I'm just really proud that we were able to get to that point. One of those elements was mentioned was really the water study. It took a little while, but we understood what Martha was looking for. It was a large fee. You know, $7,000 to put in escrow for a review is no small amount of money, but we understood that she had a concern with public safety, and that's canon one for us as engineers. So the applicant provided that amount, and we're very excited to see that the results were what we anticipated, that the project that which we're requesting approval for tonight would have no ill effects on anyone else in the city of Concord in regards to that water service. Now, Heather had also mentioned another item, sidewalks. I'm also impressed that we were able to agree to disagree, Martha, relative to the sidewalks. We understand that, that you're not supporting the waiver for Break-A-Day Drive. They think that it is important that from our site driveway to Loudon Road that sidewalk be installed and be installed now. We've made our case relative to why we think it's not necessary at this point in time, acknowledging that we did show it as part of our comprehensive development plan, meaning that that would be something that could be installed in the future. We also understand that there's an added request for additional sidewalk to be installed from Break-A-Day Drive to Loudon Road. I think it's important to note that that element is not a waiver. That is something that this board will have to specifically request, and specifically request the findings for why that is necessary. We do feel that's an excessive cost, given the amount of improvements that are already being made. This is a substantial improvement to Break-A-Day Drive. We're going from what was 24 feet in some places to nothing in others to a 34-foot wide road. Now, we acknowledge that that's to our benefit, but it's also to the city's benefit. So to require that additional sidewalk beyond Break-A-Day Drive, we didn't feel was justified. But we wanted to have that conversation tonight as part of this process. So my hope tonight was to really address all of those engineering items, the permits that are before the board when it comes to the public safety assessment. John's going to speak to those elements. I can speak to just the generalities of where a study was requested, a scoping element was provided.
Sure.
And just kind of take it from there, if you would, John.
Sure, thanks, Nick. John Cronin. I got the short straw after the meeting a few months ago about the public service impact statement. If those of you that were present may recall, there was a request that take a look into that, and our question was, do you have a similar report that we could take a look at, just so that we could get a handle on what the objective goal was and the mission? And the response at that time was not something that you had engaged or required of any other applicant before, but it was suggested that we attend a scoping meeting. I talked to the client, Mr. Sanborn, said that, not familiar with the study, but I could do some homework prior to the scoping meeting and see who might be out there that could do this type of work. I did locate a company down in Florida seem to do a master planning type service for some of the big reservation entertainment facilities, but with no connection to New Hampshire, no experience in New Hampshire whatsoever, or things with charitable gaming. We came to the scoping meeting and had a discussion, and I will say there was a question that I think you have to resolve this evening in terms of the scope, and I think it was pretty clear that staff wanted this service impact statement to cover the entire build-out as if Phase 2 were built. My response to that was I think that Phase 1 analysis in and of itself would be speculative to require someone to do something for Phase 2 that may or may not ever get built, or if it did get built, may be different from what it is shown on a perspective or conceptual type plan, is not going to provide any meaningful data. During that communication, we had some discussion of who might be a qualified person to do the study. And the staff have said that Mark Fougier, a recognized expert here in New Hampshire, would be someone they would be comfortable with, which was good news to me. I did follow up with Mark, talk to him. Unfortunately, he was very busy. He said it would be a matter of months before he could get to it because the data collection is what takes time, going to the different places, getting their reports, taking a look at it. But if someone could assemble that and take a look at it, he could review it and see if it was consistent with his experience and whether he could do thumbs up or thumbs down. During that meeting, I had a conversation with staff about me doing some of that work. Not something I really wanted to do, but in the interest of time for the applicant, which is always important in every case that we have, and availability, I said that I have a background to do it. And it wasn't just being on the police commission. That would not be something I would suggest. I also mentioned that my undergrad experience was in financial work, did a lot of statistics, got an MBA, did a lot of work there, and spent 4 years prior to law school working for a company out of Chicago where part of my job was to do analytics and statistical reports. Certainly not on charitable casinos, and I had never done one before. In my 30-plus years of being a lawyer, I had interviewed a lot of folks and gathered a lot of data. So I had a discussion and said maybe the best way to do this is to try and pull all the data together, assemble it in a report, have Mr. Fougier look at it, and see if it made sense to him. I started that by talking to the lottery department. I wanted to get a handle on what approved charitable gaming facilities were in the state. And I believe the response was about 14. In fact, I asked, I think Mr. McIntyre and Mr. Conforti during that interview if they would be willing to come here and speak rather than me, and they said they generally don't come and offer opinions. They will come fast and talk about what they do. A lot of those locations are relatively small. Keene, Lebanon, there's a poker room in Salem, but currently the bigger ones would be in Manchester, and I think a fair comment in the staff report, there's no indication of the size. That size is how they measure it, is about 400 gaming seats. So whether they're a seat at a blackjack table or a seat at a slot machine, they consider those to be seats. What's proposed here initially is 300, and it could grow. The brook over in Seabrook is of similar size. Nick had made efforts to try and get data from them that was unsuccessful. Since the last meeting didn't go forward, I had an opportunity to talk to the town manager there. I didn't get specific data, but they are thrilled with the brook, said it's not a problem for them. They're a very good neighbor. They provide a lot of charitable help, and they've done a lot of work improving their facility. That I didn't know about. I knew it was an old dog track, but I didn't know that the improvements that they made over there, that they're pretty substantial. I also reached out again to the fire chief and the police chief, who were here, I believe, in the March meeting, and they both had filed reports which were included as an exhibit to our report. And I think, they basically said, we really can't tell what will happen and how it will happen, but they didn't express any specific concerns, which makes sense to me because every one of these markets and their clientele are a little bit different. I did reach out, again, being on the police commission in Manchester, to Chief Aldenberg, who I know. I didn't put excerpts of the communications. I put our whole email chain in the report, so you saw what was asked and how he responded, and I explained that I'm involved in a case here in Concord, and knowing that that was the most similar in size. Being an urban area, I think with a higher crime statistics that they have here, what was his response? I think the answers in the report speak for themselves, but to summarize, basically said in the initial days, we had some concerns about it. But they got a handle on it. They figured it out. They have an internal security force that does a very good job. I asked him to rate, if he could for me, on a 1 to 10 scale, with 1 being the least severe and 10 being the most severe, how that facility would compare to all of their calls in terms of severity and volume. And I believe his reports is around a 3 to 4. When I looked at the call data from Manchester and went through it, most of the calls are quick in and quick out. Unwanted person, lockout, suspicious person. Granted, there are some assaults in there, there's some fights there, but as Chief Lewandowski in Belmont said, no different than any of our other restaurants that serve alcohol. So I went to Lewandowski just because when we spoke, said, what's the biggest one that I can get data from Manchester that would be the most similar to this? And what would be the closest in proximity in terms of geography? And that would be the Belmont site. If you look at the Concord data, and the chief was kind enough to provide that to us, and I believe for 3 years, and you look through it, and I know there was some records requests for the draft, but there's some surprises there. You know, calls to Walmart, calls to Kentucky Fried Chicken, much more greater in volume, particularly as a relationship to square footage. And keep in mind, you know, this building is one building starting out, and half of it is dedicated to offices and back room and various things. So I'm not saying that this report is perfect or I'm a know-it-all about this sort of stuff. I'm trying to address a need and did the very best I could to try and satisfy your request to give you information that you didn't have before. You know, one of the things I also looked at, and I'm not going to belabor of it, but I just have to make a point of it for the record as far as the authority. I went back for the last 3 years and looked at all of the minutes from the planning board. You have some pretty substantial projects. You have Pitco, a manufacturing place, 300-something employees, a lot of vehicles. I'm assuming in manufacturing at Pitco, they've got some fires and some heavy machinery in there. No reference to impact on public safety services anywhere. I couldn't find 1 minute in those meetings where it was discussed. And then I went to your regulations and I looked at it, and you certainly do have broad authority, and I'm not challenging that. And I looked at 3102, your section, and you make a list, which is a little bit unusual, and you identify the specific types of studies that you require. All of them are very normal and very customary in the planning context. And I believe this study was done under the basis of including but not limited language. And my understanding of that was that that provided an opportunity to the board to do every kind of test that they want. I don't believe that's the state of the law in New Hampshire, and certainly Solicitor Kennedy is the one to rely on for that. Under the doctrine of statutory construction and justum generis, which ordinances are looked at, if you make a specific list, even though it might have including but not limited to language, anything additional has to be consistent with those studies. Also, we look at administrative gloss and how this section has been interpreted since its initiation. There's nothing relative to the type of study. We're happy to do it, glad we did it, happy to do comment with it and try and answer any questions that you have. I also noted in the staff report some mention of scattered and premature development. My history with that, and I did have one Supreme Court case with it, is they generally relate to residential subdivisions in remote areas. Someone wants to go put a subdivision out on a Class 6 road that's in rough condition, and it's very difficult for police vehicles and fire and ambulance to get there. And in those cases, the planning boards have determined that the project is scattered and premature. There's not one case, I reviewed every one of them, and I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 cases that are reported by the New Hampshire Supreme Court. And almost all of them are identical fact patterns with remote locations. Not one commercial facility, not one in an urban city setting that was determined to be scattered or premature. But I think the most important case is the Ediger Homes versus Town of Derry, which is reported at 141 New Hampshire 296. And that was a case in which a developer wanted to go in and subdivide property to create 23 residential lots. During the hearing, there was a lot of discussion about the availability of public schools and the impact that this would put on public schools. Legitimate question and concern in residential subdivisions, and that planning board denied that application based on it being scattered and premature. The Supreme Court reversed, finding that a city or town is supposed to have a growth plan for these types of issues, and there's not a legitimate basis to apply the scattered and premature doctrine. In my review of your statutes and your ordinances, I don't believe that you've made a declaration of unsustainable growth. And I don't think many towns in New Hampshire have done that for a while. I know Londonderry did, Nashua did, back prior to the late 2008 period. But I don't think that's the case here. So my take on this, and again, it's my view, is that the scattered and premature doctrine does not apply. It's our hope that you look on what we did and say we made a good effort to get you what you needed or what you wanted, and we addressed a lot of those concerns. Again, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's ideal. I would much have preferred I could pick up a phone and get someone that's an expert in looking at charitable gaming public impact statements. I don't think that person exists, and certainly they don't exist at a time level that's appropriate for site plan review. So we did provide this to Mr. Fougier. He did review it. His letter is attached, said the conclusions are consistent with his experience in training. The only piece that he was unwilling to validate related to the tax calculation, which we did based on the reported mill rate, the equalization rate, and the proposed construction costs for the development. Mr. Fougier, in his report, he said that he does not generally rely on construction costs to project a future tax stream, because market value can be very different from construction cost when all things are finally built. So that's what we did for the statement, and we hope it's satisfactory. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Cronin. So, again, I think we go back to the March 15th meeting, and when we last talked about it, it was, and I want to read it right from the review here that says that the planning board asked the applicant to provide emergency services impact assessments. I saw a lot of police reference. I didn't see anything for fire, didn't see anything for EMS references.
There's fire in there, and there's a fire report in there, and discussions with the fire chief here in Concord.
Discussions with the fire chief?
Yeah, the fire chief here in Concord.
Okay. Sorry, 92 pages, I'm sorry.
No.
It's a lot to digest.
Struggled getting, yes, yeah.
So, I
You
didn't
gotta
see
move up.
any data. I saw I saw the report that Chief submitted to us, but I didn't actually see any data of calls or anything like that.
We requested information. There is a report that's in there, and I think you're right. It is the report that he provided to the.
He provided that in March. That's what we had in our March packet.
That's correct.
So there's been no other discussion regarding fire or EMS with any experts or?
Not with experts. There has been with the fire chief. Spoke to him. He was kind enough to call me back. Had a talk with him if he had an opportunity to review the report, if he had any questions, concerns about it, and he didn't provide anything. He's very nice, cordial, said not his issue, basically.
Right. So again, and I think the issue for us is public safety. I mean, we're here to talk about public safety, and the stuff that's here is very anecdotal. It's not really, I don't think, what we were looking for. I don't know, and I don't want to speak for the board. I'll let the board speak, and I just saw your hand, Byron. But I'm concerned that there's not a lot of meat here in this. There's a lot of pages and a lot of things that we aren't really talking about. There's a whole reference section of the state statute on what gives you the right to gamble. I'm looking for specifics regarding public safety, so I'm concerned about that, but go ahead, Byron. Sorry.
No, I was wondering, what did you hear from the fire chief in Belmont? What did you hear from the fire chief in Manchester?
The fire chief, I didn't speak to them.
But this was part of the report, with all due respect. I mean, this wasn't just about emergency services from police departments. We also expressed interest in fire service and EMT service. You know, so to me, the fact that you talked to our chief, who had already provided us with his analysis, doesn't quite cut the mustard. And I understand this is not your area of expertise. You know, I also, there's so much here. I also wonder, why did you not follow staff suggestions and look at the Oxford Casino in Maine, which is a much more, I think, representative of what's being proposed on Brigadier Drive?
I did.
Okay.
In fact, I did. I looked at that in depth. I had conversations with Mr. Anagnost. I had conversations with Mr. Carrier. I did research. There's 1,400 seats at the Oxford Casino. There is a hotel. It would be consistent, perhaps, if you were including Phase 2. It would be like comparing the corner convenience store to a super Walmart when you look at what the Oxford Casino is compared to what's being proposed in Phase 1. And if there's any indication that that's comparable, I have to respectfully disagree with it. With respect to your comment on fire, I did put some notation in there. You can characterize it the way you want. You do have a very rigid building code. NFPA applies in this town. It's a new building. It won't be approved or occupied unless it meets those life safety codes. You have sprinklers, you have exits, you have an access that the fire department, I believe, requested revisions to that were made. You've got a commercial building. No one's sleeping in them. You go to a residential subdivision, you have babies that can't walk and talk in cribs on upper floors. If you're serious saying that this Phase 1 project causes you concern about fire safety, I'm not sure that I'm ever going to be able to satisfy that concern. I don't know of any expert in the world that will be able to satisfy that concern. This particular property is about as accessible as it gets. The ZBA just approved an apartment complex next door. They went through the 5 criteria: public interest, spirit of the ordinance, substantial justice, no diminishment to surrounding properties. They couldn't do that if they didn't think that area was safe.
It's far from next, that's far from next door. That's way down on the next road down. Down behind Aldi's, right? Is that the one you're talking
I'll
about?
defer to Nick. I think it's right next door.
It's immediately adjacent to this property. There's essentially a horseshoe lot with a house in the middle. It's my understanding the variance that was approved is for the horseshoe lot, which directly abuts this property.
Yeah, there was 2 variances for Old Loudon Road, so yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the other Old Loudon Road,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, there was
I
2.
apologize.
2 of them.
Yep.
Sorry, I apologize.
So my goal is, how do I get through this? I don't want to really debate what we did. I did what I did. You see it. I did the best that I could do in terms of this. I do have the expertise in data collection and review. What is it that's needed to satisfy your concerns? Because I don't want to chase something that can't be captured either.
Yes, Byron.
I guess, you know, again, I know you did the best that you could do, but I guess I would have been more satisfied had you followed more closely the advice of the council, of our staff, which reflected, I think, what the board was looking for. You arbitrarily decided that Phase 2 should be off the table. We specifically asked for Phase 1 and Phase 2. You know, you said that data collection takes time, and I would just suggest that that's probably why we recommended that you hire somebody who had the staff, the ability, the expertise to be able to do all that legwork. I appreciate that you sent emails to people. I appreciate that you talked to some people in the industry. I appreciate that you gave us 92 pages, some of which was of interest and a lot of which was not. But, you know, to me, as a board member, fundamentally, you really didn't listen to what we asked for. You really kind of gave us what you and your client apparently wanted to give us. And I have to mention that you wanted us to decide on this last month, having received 92 pages of data the day before our board meeting, when everybody around this table takes very seriously our responsibility to read through our agendas. I spent the better part of a day going through your report, and the other material for this portion of our hearing. And, I can't forget that you wanted us to just kind of rush through it and give you an approval last month without really taking a hard look at it. So, to my mind, that's what we were looking for. I think that you and the applicant apparently decided not to do that. So, I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Well, I think your characterization is unfair. Any of the consultants that you would call would never be able to collect the data in the time that we did. We have staff that can do it, had 3 people working on it. The reason why the report was late, Concord didn't deliver their call reports until the Thursday prior to the meeting. I worked through the weekend to try and get you that report. I couldn't complete that report without the information from Concord. And say arbitrarily make a decision is not true. I asked for an explanation how, in fairness, you could justify a study of this applicant for phase 2, something that's not before you. How could you require someone to spend the time and money to do something like that? And why would you want to do it when there's no guarantee that will ever be built? And if it were to be built, they would have to come back in front of you. And at that time, you could say, oh, you want to do phase 2, you want to do a hotel, you want to do some other things. Okay, you got to go and do additional study to make sure that we have the capacity for it. So it wasn't arbitrary, it was a discussion. And I said clearly, I think it's unfair to require this applicant to study phase 2 for public safety when it's never been done before, never been asked for before, and it's not in your list of studies in your regulations.
I follow. Yep. I respect you doing your job to defend the interests of your client. I think it's important to note that the job of this board is to defend the interests of the city and the citizens. And relative to your question on why we would ask for such a report, I guess I would just say that the largest number of comments that we've received, that I've seen from our residents in this city relative to this project has to do with police services, safety services. And so, from my perspective, I'm doing my due diligence if I ask you to provide us with, concrete data about what's the experience on is this the largest, when this is built, if this is built, will this be the largest in New Hampshire, the largest casino?
No.
The larger is?
The Brook would be larger.
The Brook would be larger.
And phase 1, Manchester would be larger.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can offer just an alternative voice.
No, it's not unusual either on the phase 1, phase 2s. We do it all the time with developments that come before us for a bunch of reasons. We get a comprehensive development plan for Exit 17 that lays out this, and this. It's going to happen over the next course. We want to look at the entire project. Now, is it fair to have you do the municipal services study for the casino piece of it and then come back and do it again for phase 2? I don't know. I don't know. Nick, sorry.
If I can, and there's been a lot of conversation between a couple elements of our team and the city's team. I'd really like to hear what the other board members have to say too. And not that I'm in a habit of defending attorneys, but for John, I'll make an exception.
I'll take care of that. Don't worry. So I'll
when we look at how this
people.
project has been evaluated holistically as a whole, reading specifically from the city engineer's review comments and thinking back to how we addressed this on day 1 of this project, it was a comprehensive development plan that was provided to show a potential master build out. And this board acknowledged at that time that they would be looking to approve what's being termed phase 1. I'm just going to call it what we're asking for approval for. That is what your purview would be. That you would like to see some generalities relative to imagery or otherwise, but it was understood that that is a thought for the future. How have we addressed those other elements in the comprehensive development plan across your other reviews? Traffic study, have to come back. City engineering, have to come back. Alteration of train permit, have to come back. So from the element of, is it fair for us to come back to address that in the future? Shoot, yeah, it is. That's the way we've been doing it for everything else. So I think it's important to point out those elements that as we've been discussing this project, both from a comprehensive development plan standpoint, as well as what's before you for approval, it has been a universal acknowledgement that we knew we would have to come back from those other elements that have yet to be designed. And I know I don't want to monopolize the conversation either. I'd love to hear the board at large if we're still consistent with that feeling or if there's a different sentiment.
So again, I want to step one more step here on this from the general piece from the board and what our purview is.
Yes, sir.
Right in the beginning of the report back from staff on the comments, 3101 general requirements, the planning board is empowered under RSA 676.4 IG and 673.16.2 to request special investigative studies and to impose reasonable fees to cover its administrative expense and the costs of third-party review of impact and investigative studies, the review of documents, site construction plan drawings, and the review of other matters which may be required by a particular site plan application. I mean, I've got in my packet of info, and you read it the same way, I did. If you look at your recommendations, you've got the ability here, what staff is telling me, the board should determine based on the report submitted by the applicant and staff review whether to accept the applicant's report and anecdotal conclusions, number one. Number two, require the applicant to revise its report to accomplish the original objectives of the study as previously established by the board and reiterated below, which is reviewed demand for public services, police, fire, and EMS for comparable facilities of similar size and function. B is project potential demand for public safety services for the proposed facility phase 1 and 2. Estimate potential impacts of the project on the city's fire and police departments as well as those surrounding communities, or direct the planning staff to engage a qualified third-party consultant to review the applicant's study as well as provide data analysis omitted from the applicant's study so as to comply with the board's original objective of the public safety services impact assessment in accordance with the city's development review regulations, and consultant would be engaged by the city at the applicant's expense. I rely on the professional staff of the city to boil down everything that you guys do, all the information that's presented to us, and we rely on them to come back to us and say, here you go, board members, this is what you got. We got your reports, we take every single piece of paper and look at it. Comments that were sent today were sent to the board 12:15 today and 8:56 this morning from residents. We look at every single piece of paper that comes in and try to take that with the consideration of what staff puts together. We rely on the staff information, and that's what we do. And I'm not an engineer. I don't know this stuff off the top. I've got a day job. I'm looking at it and saying, from what I'm seeing from staff, you didn't give me what I asked for. Whether you disagree that you can't do it, it's not timely, you don't have the person in the right state, he's in Florida, and it'll take him 7 months to do it. I know what I can ask for, and I know what you gave me isn't what I wanted. So I'll take this point to look to the board and see what kind of questions we got and see what the purview is. But that's where I'm standing, Matt.
Just a quick question for clarification. Is the Oxford Casino a charitable gaming facility, casino, and if not, what is sort of the difference?
It's not the same as New Hampshire, but they do give, if you go and look at their data, they do have a lot of donations that they make. I think approximately 40% revenue piece goes. So I think the number, since they started 10 years ago, was about $319 million in taxes that they've paid. And I think rather than it go direct to the charity, it's distributed through the tax system to various not-for-profits and schools.
How big is Hollywood Casino? I saw that on our list as well. The other one up in Bangor.
I'm not sure about
Okay.
Hollywood.
Suzanne?
So one of the things I'm concerned with, there's a, about triggering the issues being triggered by a part of Phase 2. Specifically, the report also provides observations regarding secondary means of emergency access to the facility and notes that life safety evaluations would likely be triggered as part of Phase 2. That might be too late, because if your plan is to build out, you would need to know where that access would occur now, because
That's a great
it-
point. And I can answer it for you. We've already designed it, and it's
Are
already.
you finished?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just, I mean, I think that it would be, you know, if you came back for phase two and said, oh, woe are we, because we can't really do it, but we've been so successful, I think that stuff should be worked out, the major master planning ahead of time.
I apologize if I interrupted before you finished. It's an awesome point, and it's one that your fire marshal brought up to us as well and said, you need to plan for this now. It's already been designed, it's already shown on our plan, it would be constructed now versus sometime in the future based off of the comprehensive development plan.
Jeff?
If I could, to that very point, in the fire department's recommendations, the two second, third paragraphs actually, if specific impacts of fire department operations need to be solidified, a third-party study of the impacts of similar facilities on public safety services should be considered that address the anticipated number and nature of incidences to this facility. At that point, the fire department would be able to comment more confidently on our ability to absorb the call volume or the impacts if it would have on our operations. But you didn't do that. You didn't give them an anticipation of what might be an increase of calls with a similar type facility for fire and EMS. So that's a shortcoming of your report. You did it for the police department necessarily, but the fire chief's letter actually asked for it. And then he goes on, it is the opinion of the fire department, based on the limited data available in the plans, that construction of phase two may introduce enough additional occupant capacity facility that a life safety evaluation, additional emergency planning would be mandated per code requirements. The entire facility, both phase 1 and 2, would then be subject to these additional provisions. The fire department recommends that this is made clear to the developer and that phase 1 move forward with this in mind and encourages the developer to integrate considerations for this planning into the process for phase 2. So he's clearly indicating you need to kind of take a look at phase 1 and phase 2 and provide some data for their review to see how it would impact their services and their ability to be at this facility.
So I've had the opportunity to sit with the fire marshal, with Paul Royce, review these elements. We acknowledged that those items that he listed those are essentially building permit review items. Like, yes, there's NFPA requirements, it's building code. We have to go through all the elements to make sure that the building is designed safely. Took no issue with that. There's no question in our mind that all of those elements need to take place. You know, you're gonna have a fire access plan for the facility. This building has one. You know, where do you marshal? Where are the fire exits? Those are those elements that in part that is speaking to. That's not special because of this development. It's a necessity for all developments. And we hold ourselves to that standard, as does your building department, as does your fire marshal. So we appreciate the fact that he made light of those elements. Yes, we will do what is required of us.
But he's specifically asking for an anticipation of call volumes. That you didn't do for fire.
This was the chief, not the fire marshal, and his concern is the engines, the firefighters, not your internal building codes, which is what you're talking about. Jeff is talking about apples, you're talking about oranges.
Okay, well, no need to make a fruit salad tonight. I think what I'm hearing is, and John, you can speak to this well, is that the study that we provided didn't meet your expectations. That is acknowledged. We have some other elements relative to the project that I know I've spoken to. If this report is the remaining item for this board, if it needs to be a condition which this board would consider that a safety assessment study to your liking be provided, reviewed and approved by staff, the fire marshal or otherwise, the applicant does not take issue with that. We want to provide you with all the information that you need to make informed decisions. If we're at a point where this one specific item is the holdup, and we've acknowledged that we've worked with engineering, we've worked with staff, and we've resolved all these other items in relationship to how does this facility fit within the confines of this community, and there's a comfort level, and I read that through this staff report and realize of the items listed, the public safety assessment probably dominates 2 or 3 pages of the 7. I'm not minimizing the need for it. We have all spoken to the fact of its necessity. You have expressed that this evening. I would ask you, why could that not be a condition of approval relative to this project if we have a comfort level with everything else? We have every confidence in the world that if we're able to provide you the information you're looking for, this project would have no negative impacts on police and fire safety. I think that's spelled out within, that's called anecdotal, but nonetheless, the information that was gathered by our team. I'm trying to, I guess, I'm putting myself in your shoes and saying, well, how would I feel about this? If I'm concerned about public safety and the applicant is committed to showing that they are as well and that they will provide that study, and they've already passed the engineering bar, they've passed the state permit bar, why would I want to hold them up if it was just something that was a final review and approval? I guess that's the question I would ask.
Well, try not to put yourself in our shoes.
Well, I've served on my
We'll
public
move on.
meeting
I
boards
want
as
to
well.
keep moving on here, so, David, I had your hand up next.
I respect your comments and what you believe to be due diligence on this project. I guess where I'm coming from, and you've made it clear to me that we're only discussing phase 1 tonight. And we've incorporated phase 2 because that's how we think. And also because of our experience based on projects that have come to us in the past with a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 concept. I guess my question is more directed, in one of the comments or a couple of the comments we got from the public was that if you go forward with, and we approve phase 1 of this project, and for any reason it does not become viable, the project loses momentum and it never gets to phase 2. What is the viability of this phase 1 endeavor in the overall success of that particular site and this particular project? If you don't get to phase 2, does the project run a higher risk of going belly up, where then the city, like the mall, we get a unfinished, completed project with all kinds of negative impact on the community? And you heard the comments from the public. I mean, that's a clear statement that we heard more than once. So I guess that's the first part, and I'll be very brief on this. The first part is the viability. If you don't get to the hotel and you don't get to phase 2, what happens to phase 1 realistically? Where, how tenuous is it? I guess that's my one thing. The other thing is that, as you know, I was president of the crew team board, and I used Belmont all the time. For many years, and following me, several other, the crew team used that as a fundraiser, and we were very successful there. However, to address Byron's issues and Richard's to some extent, we would be there. We'd have Paul Maggiato and I would go up there. We would, sign in. We'd go to the bar, have a drink, and because we have to attend. I can't tell you, and there was we had a 10-day window. So we were there for 10 days, every night. We didn't stay the whole night, and we didn't have to. However, I can tell you that my personal observation of the, and I'll only label them as internal issues in that organization. And I'm not paralleling you and your organization with what went on in Belmont, but there were significant security. EMS was there often. There was an ambulance parked under the cupola out front, fairly regularly. In my 10 days there every single year for probably 8 years, I did that.
So just, I don't want to cut you off, David, but I want to move along. But
okay.
I mean,
I'm done.
For the record, viability isn't really an area that we want to get too far down the road on. So by all means, if you want to answer the question, that's fine, but don't feel compelled to answer the viability
Sure,
piece.
I don't think any of the The existing ones, which are doing fine, have hotels with them. The Brook in Seabrook has a small entertainment venue to it, but no hotel, and they all do fine. Belmont, I think, might be under new ownership recently and has recently been approved to expand over there. I can't speak to what it was, but in your area, you had to gather the troops, so to speak. You don't have to do that anymore, thankfully.
I can speak to relative to how in which we've designed it. We've designed it to stand on its own.
Phase one, standing on its own.
Okay, good. Suzanne?
One quick comment. In my reading what was presented, I did see where there was calls to the police department with the draft was like 64 a month, or I can't remember if it was a month or a year or a week or whatever.
Or a 4-year period.
And then, but it doubled when they started gaming. So I have a concern that would the city of Concord have the wherewithal to increase their, services through the fire departments and the police departments, if in fact there's so many more calls, so many more issues that take away from the people who live in Concord, the issues that they might have and get short.
I think that report says they can't make a causal link to the draft, and with the homeless problem and other things in a downtown area, some of those calls are being made to address, that it could be for someone out in the street or anything of that nature, but I don't think there's any correlation. And when you look at the total number of calls to other locations, substantially greater.
Well, I didn't see any other data for the other places, but they did mention the draft.
The data is in there, and it's also summarized by location that shows you the call numbers over that period of time.
And this is your report that we're referring to versus the staff report. I think it was a little more limited with the data introduced.
Okay, other questions on the report? I want to move on to sidewalks.
Yes.
So, tell me why we don't want sidewalks on this. And I'll tell you why I think we need sidewalks. So I'll preface it by saying I'm pro-sidewalk. I'm pro-sidewalk, so.
When this project first started, we were looking at.
Up a little. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
The millions of people at home want to hear your voice.
Understood, appreciate it. I want to be clear. When this project first started, this complete rebuild of Break-A-Day Drive was not even envisioned. This expectation was that we were going to build our standalone facility, that there would be opportunities as part of our comprehensive development plan to see further improvements to Break-A-Day Drive, which would also include sidewalk. We're at a point now where, with the full rebuild of Break-A-Day Drive, the intersection improvements that are being proposed in the form of a traffic signal, the merits in which we cite as far as interconnectivity, fragmented sidewalks, who maintains it, how are you getting to where, are somewhat depleted in a lot of ways. So I'm going to cut you short, Mr. Chairman, and I don't think that you're going to need to make those arguments, and we have no need to be argumentative. If the board does not feel that this waiver is warranted, we simply withdraw it and acknowledge that it can be constructed on Break-A-Day Drive, which is the portion of the waiver that we're asking for. Now, we did meet with engineering staff. Now, relative to the sidewalk along Break-A-Day Drive from our primary entrance to the end of Break-A-Day Drive, I understood the counterpoints from engineering. One of the things we also discussed was not building sidewalk from our site driveway to the end of Break-A-Day Drive, which would lead people to the back of our facility as well as to the back of Chapel Tractor. There is absolutely no reason we want any pedestrians in those areas. A sidewalk in that area would also necessitate further impacts to wetlands. And I won't speak for Martha, but she obviously can on behalf of her group, that a need for sidewalk in that area did not make sense. If it should please the board, we would be happy to modify our request such that we would provide the sidewalk along Break-A-Day Drive from our site driveway to that connection point on Loudon Road. Now, we realize that there is further request for sidewalk also from Loudon Road, another 550, 575 feet further down Loudon Road to interconnect to a sidewalk there, which then crosses over Loudon Road. I have a harder time justifying that inclusion. That is considerable off-site improvement. There are other properties that have frontage along those elements. If this applicant's being held to the standard to build the sidewalk along the frontage of their property in this rebuilt road, okay, understood if you don't accept our waiver rationale. But to then say, well, you also need to build it in front of all these other people's houses, I fail to see that. Now, I understand it's great to have all these interconnecting sidewalks, but why should the applicant bear that cost?
Heather?
Can you bring up the Google map from, because it's projecting from your laptop?
I'll do my best. What would you like to see?
Just the area. Area of it. I just want to clarify for the board what staff is asking them to do so that you understand. Do you have a pointer over there, Nick?
I do.
I don't have one.
Would you like it, or you want me to point for you?
Can I borrow?
Certainly.
No, that would be like my place shirt.
We go up, over, and to the left, and to the right.
So, I just want to clarify, this isn't just a Martha
Yeah,
thing.
why don't you sit and
From
talk?
the beginning, planning staff has asked them to
Agreed.
provide sidewalk connections. So there's an existing sidewalk, there's an existing sidewalk, I believe it's right down here.
Gotta go a little further.
Yeah,
So if
it's
we
right
keep
there.
scrolling.
It's right there.
Yep.
So this is about 200 feet, I think.
580. Apologies. I'll measure here.
So, you know, as a result of the traffic study, and we've always maintained that there are going to be people walking here. There are going to be people from the area walking here, there's going to be staff walking here. People are going to be walking to this location. From the traffic study, it was, can you actually scroll
Sorry,
back
I was
in?
just doing a wide view so you could see
Yeah, no,
the
that's
elements
good.
where people would walk from.
Oh, thank you. That's good. So from the traffic study, we found that this will have to be a signalized intersection and that they will have to add a right turn lane here. So as part of the site plan requirements, is to provide it's already a requirement of the site plan regulations that they provide the sidewalk down Break-A-Day Drive. Off-site improvements are very common, very typical, especially a project of this size where we know that people are going to be walking here. It's going to be a destination for staff and also for people that are frequenting this facility. We're asking them to provide a crosswalk across the intersection that they have to signalize and to connect with the sidewalk in this location, which will connect with the overarching sidewalk infrastructure out there in that location. This is also part of the sidewalk master plan, and we strongly believe that this is relevant to the project and is justified in this location. There are no people's houses that we're asking them to go in front of. We're asking them to connect with an existing sidewalk that connects with the sidewalk infrastructure, and that they complete out this intersection that they're already required to provide an intersection, a signalized intersection, and additional turning lane too. Do you have anything to add that I might have missed or not spoken?
No, I think engineering is in full support of that. I think the sidewalk along their entrance drive to their site, I think I agree with Nick that extending that to the back of the property has a lot more impacts on wetlands and doesn't really service a general pedestrian population. But from their main access to the Loudon Road intersection, we feel is extremely important that that be constructed as part of the reconstruction of Break-A-Day Drive. And the gap here, the gap that Heather's just discussing is also in accordance with our master plan, both city council and planning board and staff as we move forward with whether it's our city projects or private development projects are trying to comply with our complete streets policy. And this is a regional impact project, so a lot of the employees that may work in this venue may be coming from the Heights. Heights is very diverse, and a lot of the population may not have motor vehicles. So we feel that pedestrian access to this site will be a high priority. And also, I did want to mention that the Transportation Advisory Committee has gone through and prioritized a large number of the citywide sidewalks through an extensive prioritization category scheme that they developed probably in 2019. And this gap here on Loudon Road is within the top 10 out of 117 sidewalks. So from a citywide perspective, we feel that this is a highly needed gap that should be filled, especially with the venue that's being provided.
What's the distance? Did we determine the distance?
500 feet.
500 feet. And where's the closest bus stop? Does anybody know?
I don't.
Yeah, I'd probably say
Probably,
Old Loudon
probably,
Road towards
yeah.
Old Mall.
So a sidewalk all the way from the mall to that gap is where we are right now, right?
Yeah.
You can walk from the bus to the gap. Okay, yes, Teresa. Thank you, Martha. Thank you, staff.
I'm just curious, how much would that cost? What are you estimating for the cost of the sidewalk?
It's a six-figure proposition. Actually, one of your board members has probably some good intimate knowledge as to what sidewalks go in on a city street nowadays. But I'd estimate that well over $150,000 improvement. Well over $150,000. Costs are volatile right now. Obviously, you'd have traffic control and a lot of other elements. That could easily approach $250,000 for 500 feet of sidewalk. That's significant. When we add that to rebuilding all of Breakaday Drive and that sidewalk, shoot, that is asking a lot, in our opinion.
Jeff?
Chairman, if I could, did the city necessitate you rebuilding Breakaway Drive, or was that your choice because you wanted to improve the entrance to your facility?
They required it.
Okay, I just want to clarify that, because
We didn't do it just to be good stewards.
I wasn't sure
admittedly.
what the requirement was. That was not a discussion.
Thank you. My question is whether there's a difference, maybe this is for Martha, if there's a difference if this was located on Loudon Road versus on Breakaday Drive with the sidewalk, right? Meaning, if this fronted on Loudon Road.
Right at the corner.
Right. Yep. Would there be a difference in sort of the requirement? Because one of my concerns has always been the city sort of waiting for a developer to come along and do the work for the city, right? And sometimes I think it's appropriate, and sometimes I think it's unfair. So I listened to the discussion on how many months ago, Nick, was that, right, on Zoom, and nobody had a concern about traffic coming on Loudon Road with this project, statewide. So I'm really struggling with this because I want to make sure that we're accurate and fair about this. So if this fronted on Loudon Road, would it be, in your opinion, more permissible to require that sidewalk on Loudon Road than it is when it's fronting on Breakaday Drive?
I would say that we encourage in our standards, so the Breakaday Road reconstruction or rebuilding of Breakaday Drive is required because of his development, not because we want him to rebuild the road. His development necessitates the rebuilding of that road to accommodate the traffic that development is generating. The sidewalk along Breakaday, along his current frontage, is required in our subdivision regs as being required as part of that road cross-section. So the staff we aren't requiring them to build the sidewalk on Breakaday Drive. It's part of our regulations. So it's.
I'm sorry, so it only triggers because the road needs to be reconstructed for what they're using it for.
Right, it's our standard cross-section for this type of development that requires a sidewalk in the cross-section of the road. And it actually requires it on both sides. We're only asking them to construct the sidewalk on their side of Breakaday, not on Chapel Tractor side.
I'd actually add to what Martha said too. It's required not just because it's your typical roadway standard. It's a requirement because of that overlay district we fall into relative to that master planning of sidewalk. It's in your regulations. It says thou shalt build a sidewalk along your frontage if you fall within this zone. and that was the nature of the waiver request for Breakaday Drive.
And again, we have plans, as Matt said, we've had plans before where we haven't done it because it's a sidewalk to nowhere. This is a sidewalk that is conceivably 500 feet away, and I understand that, but it's not miles down the road, so we make them put 200 feet of sidewalk in and then have a half a mile gap still. We're closing a gap, it's just what we want to do. I'm going to just get Heather first.
I just want to clarify that that's not the end of what the sidewalk master plan asked for. So there's much more extensive sidewalks. You know, it's not like there's a wish list that we're like, oh, he can fill our wish list. He's creating a destination within the sidewalk master plan. And so we're trying to, a destination that's already been determined of regional importance. So we're trying to create a connection with the existing, which is really not that far away, because they're creating that destination.
Stand by, hold on. Matt, you all set?
So I guess the follow-up is, did I hear correctly, there's an apartment building proposed off
Yes.
of Lower Loudon Road?
Yes.
So what responsibility do they bear then for the cost of sidewalk?
They will have to provide the connection to the sidewalk. I mean, I haven't evaluated that one, but they will have to provide the sidewalk along the frontage of their property.
But it's a valid question. So
But you
if they came to the equation first,
right?
If they were here they were here now and the casino was not up for the discussion, would they bear the responsibility to do that?
I can
That's
answer
a very
that.
good question, yes.
Well, yeah, well, absolutely. If we did a traffic study that determined they need to signalize their intersection, add turn lanes, and that they were going to create the same kind of impact, absolutely. They are not. We're still scoping that traffic study, but the impact is, we're not anticipating it to be to that degree. It's also not in that location. Their site is, I'll have a pointer. Their access and their development is over here. So the parcel abuts, but their actual development is over here. So we'll have to look at what's in this area to connect to. And yes, they will be asked to connect.
Jeff?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking at their site plan. And if the requirement is they have to build it along their entire frontage along Breakaway Drive, if we all agree, let's say, that connecting, as Martha said, from their driveway to the end of Breakaway Drive doesn't seem prudent because it puts pedestrians in an area where we're not considering them. I just measured that. That's roughly 400 feet. So if we were to say, agree, you don't have to build it per the standard to the end of the road along your entire frontage, and instead say, we want to have it on Loudon Road, pretty close to apples in terms of distance. So I might suggest that we ask for from the driveway to Breakaway Drive, and in lieu of asking from their drive to the end of the Breakaway Drive right away at the Hammerhead, that instead they connect the piece on Loudon Road, which would theoretically be within reason about the same cost, have less right-of-way impacts, less wetlands and things like that. So maybe that might be amenable solution to the board, and maybe makes you feel a little bit better that we're consistent. And I agree with Heather, this is a destination. It's something that was never here, so that sidewalk's never really been considered at this time to be extended along the frontages of those couple homes because it wasn't a need at the time. Now we've got a definitive need that is going to increase pedestrian traffic up there. And anybody who thinks it's not is a little short-sighted, because there wasn't foot traffic to Walmart until Walmart was there. There wasn't foot traffic to the mall until the mall was there. When those destinations came in, people came. So maybe that's a trade-off that we could consider.
Byron?
I don't want to belabor this. I just wanted to underscore and second what Martha said about pedestrian traffic. That was my thinking exactly. Traditionally, casinos hire people at the entry level of the salary scale. Those are people who sometimes don't have cars. There's a large population of people like that who might very well be employed both at the casino and at the Phase 2 hotel, doing domestic service. And it's very likely that they will be walking, not just during the day, but in the evening, because their shifts will end in the evening, or their shifts will start in the evening. And given the volume of traffic that will increase because of the destination, I think safety calls for having the Loudon Road connection relative to the sidewalks.
Okay, any other sidewalk discussion? Welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I truly appreciate it. For the record, my name is Andy Sanborn. Everyone, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to chat. and I truly appreciate the conversation and the thought process around sidewalks. This is not something I have spoken with my team about, so I'm gonna leave them a little shell-shocked for a minute. But look, at the end of the day, we all want to be good neighbors. I've owned property in this town for almost 40 years. I own more than one property in this town, and I want to do the right thing. The challenge, Mr. Chair, as I've expressed to my team, is, as someone had indicated earlier, you've got a new ZBA parcel, which is 91 units on 6.5 acres of land that just got a variance, which is contiguous to the property that we're looking at. We know there's a second property being developed that's gone out to bid, because my excavator just bidded on it, right across the street behind what was Pit Road Tavern. We all know there's some discussions happening right now with redeveloping the mall itself. There's a lot of things happening, right? And again, these guys don't know it. I want to do my part. I want to be a good resident. I want to be a good neighbor. Is there a way to say, look, there's 4 or 5 brand-new developments you guys are considering in the area. All right, we all take a piece of it, right? Does it say that if we have 4 developments that are happening right in that spot and we know it's 400 feet, we all go in for 25% of it? Or what makes it reasonable and rational? And Mr. Hicks, I understand, I have the same concern about sidewalks on Loudon Road. I think it's a tough road to have a sidewalk, but you guys make that decision. And if that's what you want, then that's what you have a right to ask for. So from our perspective, we'd love to find a way that makes you guys comfortable. We'd love to continue to show, as I think my staff has and my team has throughout this process, that we want to work with the city, and we have over the past however months we've been discussing this now. I don't think we've really said no to anything. We have said the sidewalk thing's a tough thing, right? Because you're asking one person to pay for something when there are at least 4, if not more, developers that are currently looking at doing something specifically in that spot. But I want to work something out. I want to, it's a collaborative effort by everyone. So, Mr. Chair, I guess I throw out and say, all right, what do you need to hear from me to say, I want to participate, but should I do all of it?
Yeah.
right?
It's a tough one, and it's a
So
viable option. I just don't know how I'd be able to put that into a motion to work it through the process, to hang it on to somebody else as well.
So I stutter, I don't spell well, I do well at math, but let me maybe throw something up, right? If you have an engineer, if you have a couple engineers here that think, all right, it's gonna be $150,000 to $250,000 in round numbers, right? Do we say that we would reserve, pick a reasonable number, $50,000 towards the construction of the sidewalk that goes from we're already doing down our driveway, taking the right on Break-A-Day Drive. I think we've all decided doesn't make sense to go left, right? So if I've already said, we'll put a sidewalk in down our driveway, we'll put a sidewalk in from the edge of our driveway down Break-A-Day Road to Loudon Road, and then we'll throw, give me a reasonable number, X, to put into the kitty that
Off-site
when you guys,
improvements.
what?
Yep, for off-site improvements.
For off-site improvements specifically to build, because respectfully, I'd like to find some cap to it, right? And I'm sure you would too if you were sitting in this shit, right?
Can't do it open-ended.
That I say, if it's a $200,000 sidewalk, each of us throw in $50,000 towards it, so not one person is responsible when we have 4 people themselves building stuff down there today. Is that reasonable?
We can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we'd be able to, I don't
It's
know
not-
how we'd
I
be
don't
able to
even
do
think
it.
that's- Yeah.
So how,
I mean, the other, I don't even know what other facilities you're talking about. I must not be aware of them. They have no applications in, the mall does not need to reach the casino. We're talking about a connection specifically to reach your destination. And there will be other considerations for those properties if and when they do make submissions or applications, and we'll consider those separately. But this is
So the parcel
specifically
that we're talking about, literally, we were just talking about, of the 91 units on 6.5 acres, which you just said, you agreed just got a variance to build, that's a project.
Right, but they don't need to connect to the opposite side of Loudon Road to your facility. They don't need to make that connection. That's not something that we would reasonably ask them to do.
But those people might want to go to the mall?
It's on the opposite side of the road. Their connection might be down Old Loudon Road. and they're-
But
to
you've
connect
asked for a
that side.
sidewalk to go across the road at that intersection, so they will come right down that to the intersection that we're gonna build, which is right where their parcel is. So, Mr. Chair,
I don't
mean,
really
I
understand-
respectfully disagree with what she's saying.
I don't really understand why people would walk to the east, to that intersection, cross that road, and then come back west to the other way to go to the
There's a
mall.
Sidewalk on the other side.
They can walk down Old Loudon Road, which is a much less busy
That has
and
no sidewalk.
much more hospitable, which is a different road entirely, so.
There's no sidewalk.
Okay.
So,
I got-
I'm offering,
I appreciate the option to come up with a solution. I just don't have a programmatic way to do it.
So how about saying a $50,000, in other words, not contribution, Nick, help me out here, a $50,000.
For off-site improvements
Off-site
associated with
improvements.
sidewalk
Improvements.
construction. So
And you guys spend it how you fit,
So
how you
I-
feel, and you use it for the sidewalk.
Andy, let me actually
Like
bring up a
Jeff's
good
idea.
point, because at 195 Pembroke Road, where we talked about that, and there was actually recommended in the staff report at one point here, that money go into a fund for future sidewalk construction.
That's a fee in lieu for their requirement that they already have.
Okay, so there's a mechanism that exists for such an occasion. Would that not
Well,
be
yeah, but it's
conditioned?
different, well, it's a different, I mean, it's like in fee in lieu of trees. If you don't want to put trees in, you put into the general fund fee and do it that way.
So wouldn't you draw a direct comparison to the preference of the applicant is not to install 500 feet of sidewalk, but he acknowledges he has a responsibility to contribute?
No, I got it.
I'd also like to point out that the residential development, both that you talked about, will have to pay several $100,000s in traffic impact fees that can be used for that type of improvement. You
Sidewalk
have no impact fees for your project.
We are rebuilding Breakaway Road for the city as well.
It's not an
willingly,
impact
right?
fee.
Willingly.
If they had those types of improvements needed, they would construct those as well.
I don't think there's any debate that as part of this project, we're contributing significant money to rebuild Breakaway Road and to put in the intersection. You've never heard us say no to it, and here I sit in front of you offering to give you more money to try to build it, and your staff is saying you don't want it.
Not that we don't want it, it's we don't have a mechanism to do it.
I do agree with Jeff's suggestion.
yeah.
And if you may, you can pull up the civil.
Run it again, Jeff.
Well, if you measure from their driveway to the end of Breakaway Drive, it's about
Can you
400
scroll
feet.
out a little bit?
And that would be required within the ordinance, that they build sidewalks along their entire frontage.
At the bottom of their driveway.
From the driveway-
To the very tippy corner,
Nope.
right where there's gonna be an
Nope, to
intersection.
the other end.
Go
Or
leather into the road.
393,
Go
because
left
that's
to-
still their frontage, so that's roughly 400 feet.
So
So
take
if you
that
took
off.
that and you said, instead, use those funds to build on Loudon Road, so we're basically saying, we understand that that piece isn't probably really impactful, but this piece is to the residents and the usage.
Yeah.
Theoretically, we could require you to put it up there, and you'd pay your money, 150, 200,000, whatever it costs, and your wetland, having to go back to them, back to alteration of terrain, and everybody else, as opposed to putting the money here.
It's the only solution that I've heard so far that
Makes
in
sense.
some ways kind of makes sense, and it appeals, in my mind, to both that the city is asking for them to build, a sidewalk on Loudon instead of going all the way to the dead end of the Hammerhead, which is where no one's really gonna be walking anyways. They're gonna be coming out of the driveway and going down towards Loudon, not, well, they shouldn't, I guess, be going to the dead end that's nothing there.
Wandering onto the
you know.
highway.
So, I mean, if if we were requiring them to do that with the regulations that we have, but if we made an exception and said, instead, we'd like for you to put it here, and it's the same amount of sidewalk, it's just shifting it down, is the way I understand it, is the only solution that ever
Still about 100 feet
seems to
short.
at least be on the table that
About
makes
400
some
feet versus
sense.
500.
Okay. Anything else on sidewalks? Okay, I got a couple more, and then we'll move on for some public testimony. Landscaping, 4.2 in your packet. House Board to require additional landscaping if appropriate. The applicant has noted that a wildflower grass seed mix will be provided, as is typical for the type of location. Little maintenance is intended. The board should does landscape acceptable. Any discussion? Suzanne, looking to you. Anything? Nothing? Okay. what did I miss? I jumped around, I apologize.
So we have typical waivers that are in regards to the drainage, where the city standard is 3 feet to depth of groundwater, whereas alteration of terrain allows 4. That is a waiver that staff and engineering was recommending. You have a conditional use permit before you that your Conservation Commission has recommended, and Wetlands Bureau, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers, have granted permits for as far as those wetland impacts.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I'm going to open a public hearing. No? Okay, so I'll send you guys back. I'm going to open up the public hearing for public testimony. I'm going to ask that, just again, from the public's perspective, this is a continuation of meetings. So if you've been up here before and stated a case or stated an issue or had a problem or loved the project, we don't need to hear from you again. So we want to try to keep things moving along. If you've got some public testimony regarding the session that we talked about tonight, specifically around sidewalks, public safety issues, raise your hand and we'll have you come on up. Yep, right over here, sir. If you could state your name for the record.
Yes, good evening, members of the board. Once again, Ron Rayner, resident here in Concord. I respect your wishes, Richard, in trying to moving this along. I have spoken once before, and I'm going to touch on different subjects. Just one will pertain to public safety, and it entails police, and if I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected. But I have not heard from the applicant in terms of what security he's going to provide internally to minimize calls from our own Concord PD. I think that might address some of concerns of the public at large. Again, if he has addressed that, my apology, but I have not heard what security they're going to provide internally so that they minimize calls from Concord PD. Next is, David mentioned it about viability. I would use the word sustainability. Not a requirement of the regs, but there's been a lot more legalized betting in the last couple of years, sports betting. It's here, it's in the state of Mass. There's going to be a lot of competition. What I surmise is if this is built after the novelty of 3 to 5 years, what will happen with this development? I think we all need to think about that. I think it's going to be a novelty for 3 to 5 years, and then what? Finances, there is no doubt that the applicant has spent a considerable amount of money. As a retired engineer, having worked for major corporations, I readily acknowledge that. But it would be interesting, and I believe prudent, of the applicant to suggest, not numbers, but in concept, who are his financial backers? What does he owe them should this development go through? Is it commercial banks? Is it another gambling entity out of Boston, out of Atlantic City? Something that I'm sure many of us are curious to hear. And last, location. This is a great highway connectivity at the location that he's suggesting. But I also want to state that his own hometown of Bedford has great highway connectivity. Why not Bedford? And the only people that have, my bad, one last one again. The only people who I've heard support this is those nonprofit organizations that do benefit, no doubt, from a charitable gambling business enterprise, but they're going to continue to benefit even if he should remain just on South Main Street. So with the vast numbers of people that are opposed that I've heard, perhaps it'd be prudent again to request the city to put this on a referendum. Have the applicant request. The city can't demand, but perhaps the applicant could request, okay, I'll go along with the vote of the city public at large and have it be put on a referendum in November.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Mayor? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay.
I saw another hand over here somewhere.
Okay.
Yep. Come on up. You can only sign in once. Just
Oh.
put a little 2 next to you. We'll know that you came back up. Come on up, sir.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Jot my name down too. If you want.
Thank you.
Hi.
I will try to make this as brief as possible.
If you could
My name
state-
is Gary Christie.
There you go.
Lived here in Concord for many a time. My concern with a lot of this, again, is the traffic situation all up in there. And one of the things that I read on I believe the Monitor did on the police report, you're right, when they did do that on the south end, it did double the calls down there since that opened. You may call that a coincidence, who knows? But there were over 600 areas in the call up where this development is going to be going already without the development going in there, which I think is really going to stress that particular area quite a bit. I hear how in the past, for instance, they've made comments that, well, you know, it took care of all the traffic and everything when the mall was busy. Yeah, the mall was so busy, it's closed now, but does that mean it's only going to open at holidays? That's when the mall was busy, but it's not in the same location as the mall, so that's, I think, is irrelevant anyway. They talk about employment that's going to happen here. Again, we're talking, I think the last employment figures in Concord were just over 2% or something, and as you can see, even our locals around here can't employ enough people to take care of the businesses now. So I don't think that's anything to tout about. Again, I think the donation thing, yes, that's important, and there are 14 other designations around the state that do contribute to this. And if you got my packet, which you did, I am not against casinos. I'm just against the development of this kind in that particular area. The Phase 2 thing, I have mixed emotions. Obviously, I think Concord has plenty of facilities as far as hotels to stay and everything else, and then I never maxed out even at fall foliage time. Entertainment-wise, yep, we have Capital Center for the Arts, New Hampshire, the stage. You also have, I believe, Phoenix Hall is also going to be coming up online too. But so as far as Phase 2, I won't even get into that, enough time for that going down the road itself. But I think really, as far as a safety issue, with everything all in that congested area like that, I don't think, again, the comparisons to the mall, irrelevant unless it's going into the mall location, that sort of thing. It's just quite a congested area, and I believe the police report said there was, in the last couple of years, over 800 in that area, accidents and calls. So, can't speak on the fire in that sort of situation, but I'm sure it goes hand in hand, so. Again, I had a package, I'm sure you've read that, so I won't keep that on. Anyway, any questions for me?
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, who's next? Nobody? All right. Last chance. Yep, we'll have you come back up. All right, why don't you guys come back up for a sec? Maybe you could address the security question. I thought that was probably the only one that would probably be able to ask you, but if you could just let
Mr.
us
Chair,
know.
I'll try to answer all three of them to some level if I can.
If you
allow.
feel like you want to, that's fine.
Sure, I appreciate. So we've had several discussions with this board, I've had lots of discussions with the chief and the deputy chiefs about security protocols. There will be full-time security within that facility every minute that it's open, and full-time EMTs. Now, we have talked about this on several occasions, and I have been respectfully clear, as advice from both council and the police chief. Clearly, we don't want to talk about details, specifically about security personnel and where they're going to be standing and what they're going to be doing and how many will be there at any given time, any more than you'd want to do at your local bank. But that said, I think I'll be the only facility in this community that's going to have full-time security and a full-time EMT staff on the premises. Now, let me be clear. This is not because we believe there's going to be a problem with bad things happening. The reason that all of the charitable gaming operations, and in fact, any and all casinos have security on hand is because there are people there that might have cash on hand. And you want people to be safe. You want people to feel safe. So there's kind of a misnomer that someone suggests would say, well, you need security because bad things might be happening. And we know from the data all across the country that incidences of violence and bad things happening at gaming facilities is not higher than it is with any other type of entertainment facility. But you want patrons to feel safe every day. We also recognize there's been, this kind of seconds this conversation about, well, bad things happen there. We have to remember that with the forms of gaming that we're talking about, pushing 80% of the people in that building will be 45 to 85-year-old women.
Say that again?
45 to 85-year-old women
What's
will be the
percentage?
vast majority of people that play these electronic games. We remember there's several different types of games, right? There's table games, there's poker, and there's electronic games. This new facility will have electronic games, is why it's bigger. They take more space. So we know the data exists, Mr. Chair, it's all over the internet, anyone can look at it, about who goes to electronic gaming, and it's primarily women between 45 and 80 years old. So the thought process that there's gonna be trouble there is just, it's wailing and gnashing of teeth, it's just not accurate. But again, that said, people wanna feel safe, we wanna make sure people are safe. We are committed, the Lottery Commission requires that we have security personnel. I personally have always said we'll have an EMT. We have to remember that we'll have one of the most sophisticated video surveillance systems that reaches the level of any other facility in America. So, Mr. Chair, that's when we talk about security. It will be substantial, which again, to me, kind of questions how much external looking into security we have when we know we're gonna even have insecurity. Number two, phase two. Sir, you talk about phase two and you're concerned about what if phase two is not successful. Let me be clear, because again, the data shows this, and you can find this data online, that adding a hotel and entertainment to a gaming operation, you only recognize an increase of business of between 20 and 30%. So it's not like the core business, we'll call it phase one for sake of argument, won't be successful unless you do phase two. You're adding an accoutrement, but the reward doesn't come from it. It's not an exponential reward. It gives people a place to go so they can vacation, spend the night, and have a good time, maybe see a show. So it's the other way around. It's phase one is the one that actually makes the money. And Mr. Chair, why we keep struggling with some people and staff want to see more information on the hotel. We don't know. Is it going to be 60 rooms? Is it going to be 90 rooms? Is it going to be 120 rooms? Is it going to be 150 rooms? Mr. Chair, we don't know, because it drives on what type of business phase one is going to do. So to stand here in front of you today and try to give you answers to questions when we don't know what it's going to be, it just makes it difficult. We don't want to misrepresent, which is why we've always said we will come back for phase two once we know what the plan is, and we'll present it at that time. Finally, Mr. Chair, this gentleman came up and talked about calls doubling and hundreds of calls, and I stutter and I can't spell, but math is what I do well. So I pulled together from assistance from the Concord PD all the calls in the past 3 years, which we have in the packet if you'd like to review it, and if you haven't had a chance to review it. On average, over the past 4 years, we've had just over 30 calls a year at the draft. Now, Mr. Chair, I understand we're not supposed to be talking about other businesses, but I want to make sure everyone's comfortable. A competitor of mine, Buffalo Wild Wings, you guys love that place, gets about 15% to 20% more calls than I do every year. Kentucky Fried Chicken, I got 30, they got 155 calls. Walmart got 400 calls. Concord Hospital got 450 calls.
Not that
I
many
can-
people went to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
That was the one that jumped out at me too.
That's the
I
one that
assumed.
jumps out at me, I was like, wow.
Yeah, is that
Now,
Wall Street
quite
Road?
honestly, so the calls at my end of town are truly, honestly, I can share the numbers again, members of the planning board would like to see them, are minuscule compared to most other businesses in this town. 30 to 400, 30 to 450, 30 to 150. So look, I appreciate as a business owner, sometimes you take a lot of heat. I'm always willing to take the heat. But I want to take heat about things I've actually done wrong, not things I haven't done wrong. Now, I will point out that calls right after COVID ended and people came back out into the street, if you talk to the chief or the deputy chiefs, they will tell you in general, calls were up everywhere in town. Who knows if it was the blue moon, who knows what it was, Mr. Chair, but in general, calls were up when COVID ended. So I'd like to try to quell this thing about, we're concerned about safety in our neighborhood, because we actually have the data. Mr. Chapman, as you continue to say, what is the data? Well, we know what the calls are. And we know the calls were between 29 and 36 a year over 4 years. But we know the calls were over 150 at a fast food restaurant and 400 and 450. We know what the calls are. So we just have to call it is for what it is. Finally, Mr. Chair, I'll tell you, I think, and I'm not trying to pick on KFC, I'm a big fan. Look at the size of me. I love their food, right? We recognize that when the methadone clinic moved from Buffalo Wild Wings down onto Hall Street, there was a huge transition of police calls. Now, granted, the board didn't ask for a safety study, and I'm saying that tongue-in-cheek, because I'm trying to find levity here, because I think it's important we all laugh. But if you look at the hotels down there, are all getting 200-plus calls. 200, not 30, 200. KFC's getting 150. The clinic itself is getting a lot. Look, you know, we're all trying to do our best, and we're all trying to help those that are in need. But let's put it in perspective if we could.
So my sticking point is the public service report and the request, and I don't know where to go from that.
I have an idea, because I'm an idea guy, Mr. Chair, because I always want to try to find solutions.
And you're a numbers guy.
Well, it's like, because I stutter. So here's my food for thought. So I still stand on my premise that I'm willing to help with the sidewalk, right? Because I want to be a good neighbor. On the study part, here's my request for you guys to debate and consider. I'd love to get a conditional approval. We've been talking about this for about 15 months now, right? My thought would be, would either you all direct your staff to hire Mr. Frugier directly and let him do what he does as a condition of approval? And as it relates to phase 2, ask if he'll come in and tell you if it's a viable study that can be done at all. I think you'll find he'll say, I don't think I can give you information on phase 2 that you can take to the bank. But if you have questions and you're questioning it and we're questioning it, bring the expert in. Call him in, see if he'll come in, and you guys hire him. I know you'll make me pay the bill, Mr. Chair, I get it. I'm paying a lot of them. And you guys hire him to do it as a condition of approval. That's a thought.
Yep, no, it's a good one.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Questions? Last chance? No? Okay, we're good. We'll send you guys back. We will close the public hearing. Close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, folks.
Okay, so discussion, comments, questions regarding the public safety report, the proposed options that we've got in front of us. Again, I read out a few of them that we had talked about regarding what staff had recommended, which again is to either accept the applicant's public safety report and the conclusions that it drew, require the applicant to revise the report to accomplish the objectives of the study previously directed by the board, or engage a qualified third-party consultant to review the application study and provide the data. And again, as an add-on to that, at the requirement or at the request of the applicant, is do it as a condition of approval. Thoughts, comments, Byron?
Yeah, I would like to see the independent analysis. I would certainly go that route. My concern about making it a condition of approval is what happens if we've received data from the report that then, raises red flags for us. We've already provided the approval, just conditional upon, if I understand correctly, conducting the survey.
Right.
And developing the report. So once that's done, my concern is that we don't have any leverage over the developer to make any changes.
It's a valid concern.
So I think you'd have to somehow word into that, it's not only the completion, but the satisfactory review by
But to
staff.
what, yeah, but to what
I
end
know,
is the
I understand, it's
you gotta have a, you gotta
very
have a hard.
wishy-washy.
It's gotta be X or it's gotta be Y, you've gotta have this to be able to say it's an acceptable report. I don't know if we've done anything like that in the past, I don't think we've done.
I don't think the question is, I think we can get a report that accomplishes the goals and objectives that we laid out. But what is the standard? So we get a report back and it says X,
Yeah.
you know,
So, or it says Y.
right?
What do you,
Who
what do you gauge
determines,
that, what do you
who
gauge that against?
determines whether that is okay or is not okay? That,
Police and
Planning
fire.
board,
that is your job.
that's our job.
Or you designate someone else, not me.
I think
I'm
that's
not gonna
when you-
determine whether it's okay.
Yeah.
Is it the police chiefs? I don't know. Is it the city manager? I don't know who that person is, who should be determining, subject to X person determining that it's okay.
Wouldn't we, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go right ahead.
Wouldn't we want to receive, once the study was conducted, was presented to us, would we not then want to present it to the chief of police and the chief of the fire department? And
absolutely.
ask them? Because certainly, as Jeff read, the chief of the fire department, said that, basically said there were questions he couldn't answer because he just didn't have the data. He didn't have the information.
To the point of validating the information that we get back and looking at it and making a determination, is it head count? Is it truly, if a report comes back and says it's gonna exponentially increase call volume to this facility based on our numbers, we anticipate you're gonna have X amount of call volume increases. Police comes back and says it's gonna be 2 new police officers and a new cruiser. I mean, where's our piece of it end up, and where do we punt it to the city council and say, this is, we're getting out of an area of the planning board's purview here at that point? Jeff?
I think somewhat you're gonna find that the police department and the fire department have an understanding of that yearly fluctuation and what they can accommodate.
Yeah.
And so if they've been seeing X for this number of years, they're gonna know if there's this increase, is that within acceptable limits that they can deal with it with their existing staff? And that's really what we're looking for. Can you deal with it with existing staff? Or is this, whatever, gonna quadruple your calls up there and, hey, you need another new ambulance like we just bought, for Pennacook and thing, or whatever.
Yeah, which represented a 2.8% increase in the tax rate.
Yeah, and I don't even, but my point being is, I think the police and fire chief are the best ones to understand what their capabilities are, the number of calls they can deal with per year, where their staffing is, and whether this potential increase is beyond that contingency or whatever that they've got in the area.
Matt?
So, just for
Matt's always good for a solution, so
well, no, I'm just gonna complicate things. The police and fire chiefs have already had an opportunity to comment, so what more are we looking for?
Well, we're
Because they
looking-
are the professionals in the field, so.
But they commented back and said, we need data, we need to know what other facilities or what an expert looking at this is gonna see. And again, we don't want it to be a numbers game, but it's a numbers game. I mean, you look at it and say, volume is gonna go up exponentially, and that translates into changes that they need to make to accommodate it.
So what I'll say, and this is probably not going to be a solution either, is I just want to be really careful that we're applying the same standard to this application that we did other applications, because if we don't do that, it's sophistry, and I cannot be part of that.
Yeah.
So I just want to be very clear on my position on that.
Okay. Teresa?
I actually have a question for the applicant, I think. Looking at a third-party a new third-party assessment, et cetera, how long does that put you back? When can you get that done, and how long does that put your project off?
It's a great question, and as we have discussed, you guys have never asked for one. You've never seen one. I've never done one. We can't really find anyone to do one.
No.
So I'm concerned, right? And which is why I'm asking for the conditional approval that let me start working on the other things. And we know that Mr. Frazier is recommended by the staff, and say, go do it, right? And when it comes in, send it to the chief, fire chief, send it to the police chief, and we'll figure it out.
So-
I've got a good working relationship with them. I mean, I feel very comfortable offering this, because I believe I know what it's gonna say. That it's not gonna be, I know people have raised concerns, and people have a right to raise concerns, right? I don't think, and with the data that we've collected, I don't think it's gonna come back and say it's, and history hasn't shown it, right? We've got 14 operations running in New Hampshire, and it hasn't been significant. So, but you guys have asked for it, you have a right to get it, right? And I get that. And Mr. Hicks, I appreciate being treated fairly, that's important to me as well. But I wanna do, again, like everything else in my life, I wanna do my part, right? So, tell Mr. Frazier to do it, tell him to send it to the two chiefs, and if they have concerns, we'll figure it out.
So I guess, maybe I wasn't clear. So you're suggesting we do that as part of a conditional approval?
Yeah, ma'am, I would love to get a conditional approval so I can start moving on to the
No.
next phase, right?
Right. So I'm asking if the decision is you've got to do that first before you get your conditional approval, how long's it gonna, I mean, what are we looking at timeline? I mean, I know he's done some work in Nashua, and I just.
3 months, maybe?
How many, 3?
I'm guessing?
Yeah.
3 months?
I don't know what the staff thinks.
Long time.
Helen?
I couldn't answer that question. I'd have to, it would determine who we found, and whether they're available, and how long it will take them to do it. We'd have to get a scope from them and a timeline from them, so we don't have that information.
Right. No.
And I just asked, look, I throw out Mr. Frazier because he was on the list, and he seems to be a name everyone's bantering around. I just hope that if they say, we're gonna go on an expedition here, that we're respectful for the fact that maybe we cap it to 3,000, 5,000, whatever the number is, and, I don't wake up with a $100,000 bill tomorrow. Right?
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And again, I think we're, depending on how we look at it, it's making it a condition of approval is tough. I mean, because again, it's so subjective on the back end. I just don't see how we can do that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think a lot like Matt does in terms of, you've heard me when market study came up last time, I was like,
Yeah.
They've done what they've done. I would think if we could have them update it to include some fire, now that we know EMS is on site, that does somewhat help a little bit, in terms of fire's response and security with police response. If they can update that to give us a little bit more data and maybe relate it to, I hear you say there's 400 calls to Walmart, but do you want me to tell you what the average traffic into Walmart is per day compared to what your facility might be, or your draft facility? If we can compare it more to like the seats, like, hey, the draft has 50 seats and we got this many calls. We're now talking 4 times that number of seats. Is it true that we could anticipate a 4-time increase in calls or not? That's the type of thing I think is the data maybe that could be pulled and maybe a little better dealt with in that report that might give us a little bit more information without having to necessarily go out and get another consultant to review it again.
Byron?
Yeah. I wasn't really gonna address this, but I don't really feel comfortable on that. I mean, when I looked at the transcripts of the emails, which we probably will never see again, to me, there was an awful lot of push language in there. This is not an objective appraisal. These are people who have an agenda, they want to get the approval. And in some regards, I found the language leading, minimizing our concerns, and that concerns me because, if they do go out and do the fire, I'm not sure how they're going to conduct that. And whether that's going to be, whether the emergency services and fire analysis, I use that term loosely, is really going to provide the information and data that we want and that, for example, our chief asked for in order to make an accurate evaluation of what the impact of the facility might be on us.
So I'm hearing from around the table a couple of different things. I just want to kind of put a stake in the sand here and figure out where we are. So do we have any support for accepting the report as submitted? Do we have support for making it a condition of approval tonight? Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm not so sure I support making a condition, but I think what's concerning me, and why I asked Mr. Sanborn the question, is we want more information, but we're not giving them a timeline as to when we're going to get that information, how we're going to get it. So, you've got a project that's already been sitting here for quite a while, month after month after month, and it just seems that we've got to come to a resolution. Either they need to say, we need to say no, and they need to say, we wasted our time and money, too bad, we're not going to do this. Or we need, if we think there's a possibility of approving this, we need to say, we're going to get this done. Whether they get the consultant or we get the consultant, we're going to get it in a finite amount of time and make a decision. I just don't think it's a fair situation to anybody to just keep holding this up, because we need a little more information here, or this information wasn't good. And I agree there, some of it's subjective, some of it's objective, but I think if we need to be definitive and say, all right, by this amount of time, we're going to fish or cut bait here.
Yeah, and again, I agree with you 100%. I don't think there's an issue with that. I just want to make sure we do it right. I want to make sure that we're looking at it and saying we're addressing and checking all the boxes off. And the timing to me is important, but it's not an overriding issue for me to say we got to get it done because it's been on the table for X amount of time.
No, but I think if it's totally open-ended, we could be here 6 months.
No, and we got to put we've got to look at this and address it and say, I don't have a problem with this, don't have a problem with this, I don't like this, I don't like this. Give them some answers and give them some clear direction on saying this is what we're going to do, which
and this
anticipation,
this
is what I thought we'd done.
And I agree with Teresa, but the length of time this has taken is not entirely because of this panel.
No, that's right.
No,
I'm not saying it's because of anybody.
So I don't want to feel rushed because, basically I have to go back to the public and say, yes, we did our due diligence, yes, we made a reasoned decision, yes, we had all the data and information that we needed for this very large scale, operation, which will bring, which potentially can bring significant numbers of people to the community, and create certain issues that we have to deal with. I just want to make sure I have I'm in my comfort zone knowing I can go back to my constituents in this community and just to the residents of this community and say, yeah, I did my job.
Yep. Heather.
I have to apologize, Teresa. I wasn't clear on the intention of your question when you were asking it to me. So we already have on-call consultants that do various studies for us, and I cannot tell you off the top of my head what their capacities are. So we may already have on-call consultants that we can reach out to and say, hey, we need you to do this for us. If we do not have the on-call consultants that have the capacity to do this kind of study, I'll need to consult with our, I'll have to find out from someone, our
Purchasing?
yes, thank you, on what the legal process is for finding a consultant. And that should be done right away. I agree with you. I'm not gonna go, in 3 months, oh, you know what, I really need to hire that consultant. So immediately we can find out what the capacity is of our existing consultants, and we can find out, I can find out what the process is for if we need to contract with a new consultant specific to this. And then immediately, our expectation is that like within a week or something like that, we'd have a scope and a fee from them, that we would communicate with the applicant what the scope and fee is, and we would also have a timeline. So I would hope that by the next planning board meeting, all this would have occurred, that the study might not be done. That's what I can't answer for you, I don't know. But that these steps would have been taken, and we can update you and say, this is where we're at, this is who we found, or this is the scope of it, and this is what they're gonna do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Matt?
So, I need clarification on where they're gonna get the data. Like, where are they gonna find this information? Right, I'm trying, I mean, I've done studies, so I'm trying to envision, like, the sources for the data.
Well, I think it comes down to what we had discussed scoping the project, and, I mean, they felt very strongly that they were only gonna include phase one data or the concept of phase one in looking for these, for this. So it's truly not clear to me if we look at the entire project, are there comparable facilities? So a consultant's gonna have to take comparable facilities for the whole entire project and do a planned study that compares, and they'll have to account for, okay, well, this is what these numbers, we extrapolated these numbers, and this is how many seats they had. Well, or these are the numbers based on how many seats they have. So this is how many seats we have here. There has to be a comparative analysis, and there may be a factor that they have to consider because of scale or whatever. So, I mean, I avoided as every statistics class possible, so I can't give you an explanation, but it can be done, and there are people who do these things.
Yeah,
We know because we've read them.
Right.
So I have one more question about that. So if we're looking at this comparative study and we're not able to find a town of whatever, how big are we, 40,000?
44,000.
Oh, 44,000, a town of 44,000 with a casino, with a hotel, et cetera, and do that comparison, are we gonna accept data that comes in from a town of 80,000 or a town of 100,000? I mean, so, I don't want to lead them down the rabbit hole that unless they find a town exactly like us,
I mean,
it's not.
That's what they're gonna, that's what I anticipate them telling us.
Right.
Is, the applicant has said, maybe they'll tell you they can't do it. We're gonna come back to you with whatever the consultant tells us, and this is what they were able to do. If we're not I don't think that we're asking for something that's impossible or illogical or irrational. No. If we are, I anticipate that we will be told that.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that if we're looking for this, it doesn't have to be exactly what we are.
No.
That if they come back.
That
with
is
80
impossible. I do
Yeah,
think
they'll
that
scale
is
it. That is impossible.
That's why I'm sitting here thinking.
It'll be a tiny little town with a charitable
If that's what
gaming.
we're doing and we can't do it.
No.
And let's be honest with you, realistically, it's not the size of the community, it's the size of the facility. Because realistically, it doesn't matter whether you're 80,000 or 40,000, there's only 400 seats. Right. So you're not gonna get more than theoretically 400 people sitting down there, no matter how big the community is.
But the municipal service impact on a
municipal
small little
service may
town
be
with
correct.
1,000 people in it,
But it's the
seasonal
calls
town
to
is
the
gonna be different.
facility is the issue, not so much
Right.
how big is the fire department, it's
Right.
how many calls does the facility have to deal with.
So it's just finding and scaling it to appropriate size. So if it's
's-
700 or 800 or it's, 300, we can scale it and go from there.
With
So-
some reasonable assumptions noted and clarified.
Let's try to narrow in on a little bit here. So again, from a flavor of the board or favor of the board perspective, having the study done by a professional is that the sense of the board? That's what we're looking for?
Yes.
And then how do we do it? Do we go through with the approval process on everything else that's here? And then make it a condition in the sense that, I just don't know. I'm unclear on how we could do it as a condition of approval.
Have it mean anything.
Can I
And
ask,
have it really mean anything.
that's a question, so the concern is, say that they're at the max capacity of 400 people in seats.
Yeah.
How, and the life safety, whether is this a call from a local fire department, EMT, EMS, police, all of those services that are municipal, that are all there because there is, let's just say, a fire in the building or some type of unfortunate event that we hear about all the time on the news. How is this any different than like an event or a concert at the Capitol Center, and to where they've got how many people in the seats there, and they're able to respond to that? And so I look at it as, it's an event space, ultimately, what it comes down to at max capacity. We have an event space in Concord, and what are they doing? You know, when that's also been here historically for a long time. I'm just putting it out there. It's like to
And
look
again,
at it from let's just turn it and look at it from a different lens of, forget what the type of event space that it is. Just look at it as an event space.
But I don't think you can. I don't think you can discount what type of an event space it is. I think you're absolutely right in the sense that it's no different than another 400-person event space, but at the Capitol Center, they're not losing money all night long and drinking and getting in arguments. So, again, I'm playing the devil's advocate here. I don't know that to be the case, and I haven't seen it in the charitable gaming places I've been at. It's been 45 to 80-year-old women playing slot machines. So
Only Suzanne and I are going. You know, 'cause we're gonna be like right next to each other.
I'm just looking at it from the perspective of, as much as we don't want to say it's a casino, it is a casino, and that's to me that's an issue that we need to address, and not address, but just it has to be in the back of my mind.
But to the point,
Yep.
in our regulations,
it's
permitted.
That's right.
So this is really difficult.
Yeah, it is.
Because the more I actually appreciate those points. Because
I agree.
if we didn't want this as a community, we shouldn't have permitted it in the regulations.
That's exactly right.
Right, and we run into this all the time, and this is where the master planning comes in and changes are made, but you can't do that after, you know.
And it wouldn't be the issue if it was a auto parts store.
It wouldn't be the issue if the mall was full and we had all the people running to the mall again.
Yeah.
Right, and we had 1,000 people in the mall on a Saturday afternoon. So.
Yes, Byron.
Yeah, I was just, to,
Amanda.
thank you. To Amanda's point, sorry, Amanda, it's late. It's been a long conversation. 400 seats, 400 gaming seats does not equate to 400 people. If I've been to a casino, there are lots of people hanging around, even if all the seats are full, there are people who are with the people or whatever. So, and there's a restaurant and there's a brew pub, so it's, I don't want to create the impression that we're just talking about 400 people.
No, and I was putting it in perspective of it just being an event space and trying to compare it to an event space that we currently already have in Concord. And, we're able to, as our municipal services are able to service. It was just a point to be made of looking at it from a different lens. We get really focused on one perspective and whatever. I just wanted to kind of change the dialogue just a tiny bit and see.
No, it's a good point.
Get
hyper-focused into a certain area. And
exactly,
not pay
because
attention to the
if
details.
what precedent do we set after this, if that's our agenda?
Yep. Okay, where do we go from here?
I'd like to suggest that we on item 3, on page, well, our pages are not numbered apparently. Oh, here, no, it's not.
Just click on it once. It'll tell
On
you.
the staff report.
Yeah, 5, just click on it and it'll tell you the
Thank you,
page.
okay, all right. Anyway, I'd like to recommend that we direct planning staff to engage a qualified third-party consultant to review the applicant's study as well as to provide data and analysis omitted from the applicant's study so as to comply with the board's original objectives of the Public Safety Services Impact Assessment, et cetera, and not make that a condition of approval. In other words, not conditionally approve the proposal, to wait until we see the results of the report before we approve the applicant proposal.
Okay. Do we have a second on that motion? No? Okay, anybody else like to bring forward a motion to move this forward? No?
I think that I would just like to follow up a little bit on Teresa's comment. And to me, what you were really saying, that we address this in a timely fashion and that it doesn't, like Heather said, 3 months from now, we go, oh, we got to do this consult thing. So that somehow, for the sake of the applicant, that this is, Heather suggested maybe a month. Maybe next planning board meeting, we won't have an answer, but we'll be in the process. So that, is there a way that we can address this in a more timely fashion?
But I don't think that makes sense, because what if it's in the process and then we approve it and then the data comes back and it's horrific?
Yeah.
And then, like, we can't, that doesn't make, that doesn't make much
We
sense.
haven't taken that into account.
Well, that's kind of why I made the motion,
Yeah.
which is the motion moves us forward on directing staff to start that process as quickly as possible and to get a report back, which they've assured us they will do as quickly as possible.
I just have a, thank you. I have a question for staff. So I have great respect for what staff does, although I don't always agree. And that's part of the process, right, to play this out. But you are recommending that we grant major site plan approval. Could you speak to that a little bit?
I'm actually recommending that you first determine what you want to do about you're having the exact conversation that I am recommending that you have.
Okay.
And depending on what you determine, what I've done is provide you the option, if you choose to grant approval, conditional or otherwise, these are the motions that we would recommend that you make. If you don't choose to grant conditional approval and you choose to instruct us to, go forth with the study, then that's what we would do.
So follow up. So what would be a reason to not approve it in your professional planning opinion?
I think based on the three options that I've given, if you're going to ask us to, I think you're having exactly the conversation that I would say the reasons not to. You don't know what it's going to say, so you're granting conditional approval. You don't have exactly what you said. It could come back and be bad news, and maybe there's other information that you would, maybe there are other motions or options. I don't know what the answer is because I don't know what the report's going to say.
Right.
Thank you for putting me on the spot. My answer, I was assuming.
Well, it is a job.
I was assuming when I wrote it that if you chose option 2 or 3, you would not grant approval. That's what I was assuming. But you've entertained this notion of doing it that way. I didn't think of that.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Mr. Chairman, if, say, we decide not to grant conditional approval, is there any way to give the applicant information on acceptance of the waivers? So they understand that, yeah, pretty much, these will be accepted next time, assuming the study's fine. So they understand that, A, ADR approval, we're on board with next month or when we get the report. If the report shows good, yeah, you'll get that approval. You'll get the waiver for the wetlands and different things. I know it's not really a conditional approval. I don't know if there's some middle ground there, so at least the applicant has an understanding of the direction the board's looking for all these other pieces.
I guess you could address the waivers tonight.
Yeah, why not?
And the CP, you could do that tonight.
Yep, we could.
Put
And
those
then
all
just
on
hold
the
off
table.
on the major site plan approval till, so at least they have an understanding of the direction.
But again, the idea is to give them enough approval to start getting things
I'm
in
just- I'm
process,
looking
and that
for-
doesn't do it. Again, it will take every little bit to get this through, one way or the other. I don't, whether we approve it or deny it, I want to move this forward. I don't want to kick it down the can another month. Matt?
So this is my final point. So I agree with Jeff, and Teresa had brought that up before. I won't support an additional study. I'm going to go on the record and say I'm not going to support that because I don't think that, so I'm not going to support the additional
Okay,
study.
so let's
for reasons
take
previously
that,
stated.
let's take that and throw it out at the board. Do we have any other folks that don't want to see an additional study done, no matter if the applicant pays for it or we make it a condition or not a condition? Teresa? Amanda? Okay, so a majority of the board
I won't say I want to get an additional study, but I would like to see if Lisa, the applicant, could provide the fire EMS data so that the fire chief has some understanding. Because he specifically did request that, and that
You okay
piece
with
was
that?
not included.
Okay, so, again, trying to swim through the ground here, so, not provide additional, basically take out the entire well, I don't want to say it the wrong way. So we would accept the applicant's public service impact report with the conclusions, with the condition that they provide additional information on fire and EMS.
I think that's number 2 under Heather's suggestion.
Under 5.1 in your packet. So 5.1, number 1, is to accept the applicant's public service impact report and anecdotal conclusions. And I don't know that you want to accept it, or,
Right, well-
so this is my point. So
Right.
we took this information, in this case, as public testimony, not accepting the report, but we took the report, we evaluated the report, we asked that the applicant come back with fire and EMS to kind of round it out for us. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, that's where I was going, and I think that accepting it, does that mean we
Yeah,
approve
well,
of it? And I don't think I want to approve of it, so I don't think I want to accept it.
Okay.
Why can't you do number 2? Because it says
You'd be a good
or.
lawyer.
Look, it says or.
Oh, so we'll ask the lawyer.
No, no, I'm
also,
saying
I
it
have-
says or.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I
Why
also have
can you do
an
number
additional
2?
question. Did the police or fire chief
number 2? You're right.
review this document, provide any input after it was prepared?
What was the question?
Excuse me.
After this report was provided to the city,
Mhm.
did fire or police review it and provide any comments back on their opinion of the
They
document?
were, both sent it. The fire, I did not hear anything from the police chief. The fire chief responded and said basically what has already been noted. I don't,
There's no info for him to make a determination.
Right.
So, just clarification, because it is late, Byron did say number 2 on 5.1. So if you look at 5.1, which is to require the applicant to revise its report to accomplish the original objective of the study previously established by the board and reiterated below, specifically item C, which is estimate potential impacts of the project on the city's police, fire departments, as well as the surrounding. I guess that doesn't really do it either. But that one doesn't say accept it, Matt.
Right.
So that one basically says that to revise it to include, well, we could change it to say,
Provide.
to require the applicant to revise its report to accomplish the original objectives, which is established by the board, which are to give us additional information on EMS and fire.
So it's revising A, it's 2A.
It's revising the existing report that they.
Look, it's a
yeah.
A.
Well,
2A.
5, in your recommendations, so if you're looking at 5.
5.1.
Yeah, it goes to the second.
Yes.
5.12, and it goes to the next page.
Yeah.
Yes, that's where I'm
With
at the
A,
next
B,
page.
and C, and I don't know that we want to do A, B, and C.
That's what I'm saying,
I'm
is to,
thinking it's the revision of A that you recommended.
So if you read it as require the applicant to revise its report to accomplish the original objectives of the study, require the applicant to revise its report to include fire and EMS data.
For comparable facility side. Yeah.
Right.
Is this for phases 1 and 2?
No.
Because that's what's outlined here.
yeah, because he was revising it to only be A, fire and EMS, removing police, correct?
Well, we already got police.
That's what I'm
really.
saying, remove from, if you were to use this exact
Right,
language,
yes.
A, removing police,
And adding fire, just leaving it as fire and EMS.
yes.
For comparable
Not B and
facilities
C.
of similar size and function.
So,
well, it sounds like what you're asking, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it sounds like what you're asking to do is go back to the original people that he talked to, that he got all the police data from, and also get fire and EMS data.
Well-
That's sort of what it sounds like.
to me, that's, I'm sorry.
Because I don't think I don't think we can ask them, I don't
Right.
think they're gonna,
No, they're not.
to find other facilities.
Right.
They've already said that that's
Right.
not.
They don't have the legs and they don't have the expertise. So you're asking the people who gave us the unsubstantial anecdotal report that we got to give us another insubstantial anecdotal report, except that now they'll talk to the fire chief in Belmont and they'll talk to the fire chief in Manchester, you know. And, you know, that's what's frustrating me about the panel, about the planning board, is that you're really just asking for more of the substandard work that you just got that caused us to talk for 2.5 hours.
And I guess we asked specifically for the information that wasn't received.
Exactly. So I would prefer to go to a professional who understands clearly what we want, has the ability and the expertise and the contacts to get us what we're asking for so that we can make a sound decision.
But have it pared down to what we just discussed.
No, in
No,
that case, it would be everything.
It would be
Just basically starting.
We fire EMT and police, because again, I don't think that we got a great report on the police either.
All right, where do we go? Yes.
I just want to say one thing. It's been stated several times that we've never done this before. We've never asked anyone these questions before. This is the first time we've ever done this. I just want to clarify for the record, I've only been here 8 years. In the 8 years that I've been here, this has not come up because there's been not a facility of this type and nature that had raised these kinds of issues. I've only been here for 8 years. I am not prepared to go on the record to say we've never done anything like this before, or asked these questions before. We don't have that information. I will tell you that other staff has told me that these types of issues are regularly asked, have been asked in other communities, and it is not, this is not we're not setting a precedent here for planning boards in New Hampshire. Like, other staff that I've talked with in this administration has worked in other communities where these issues were discussed regularly. So I just want to maybe appease your conscience in some sort, to some degree. I can only tell you what's happened in the last 8 years. I do not think it's fair to say that nobody in Concord has ever asked for this type of study or asked these. I know for certain that they've asked these types of questions. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, yes, Matt.
No, just so, these facilities exist. This, by testimony, would be the third largest. They exist in other communities, so if those questions have been asked in other communities and the studies were done, then it would seem to me that we have some
We'd be
data
able to find them, yeah.
Already.
Well, I think the study that I sent
I mean,
you,
there's a lot of assumptions there,
Yeah.
but
Well, I don't know that there's been studies done. I don't know about studies, but I can tell you that I sent you one last month from Mr. Fougere that included in part an analysis of fire. I mean, it's right there. He did it for another community.
Okay. So, where do we go from here?
I'll make my motion again.
Okay, make it.
I'll move that we direct planning staff to engage a qualified third-party consultant to review the applicant's study as well as provide data and analysis omitted from the applicant's study so as to comply with the board's original objectives of the Public Safety Services Impact Assessment. In accordance with the city's development review regulations, the consultant would be engaged by the city at the applicant's expense.
Okay, motion's been made. I'll second that motion. Any further discussion?
I just have a question.
Yes.
So does this mean they have to do a whole new study?
Yes.
That will, not they, but the city staff will.
Right.
But again, it puts a dot in the I. We either approve it or deny it, and we move on from there, and we address sidewalks, and then move on to the rest of the plan from that point. So we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
One other
Yes.
discussion. So if you're going to do that, are you putting a time frame or saying as soon as possible, or, you know?
I will say as soon as possible.
Yeah. Do we need an answer for next month? At least a schedule
I can
and
give you an update either way.
give us an update?
Yes.
Certainly.
Yes.
As soon as
I'll
possible.
I'll amend my motion to.
Include that?
Yes.
Okay, so again, any further discussion?
do you accept the amendment?
I accept the amendment.
Just because we're dotting i's.
We're dotting i's and
Thank you for
crossing
keeping
t's.
me honest. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let's say, raise a hand, sorry. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for ayes. Opposed? For the record, 3 opposed. So recommendation is to have a study done. As I'm not going to eloquently say it, but it just.
I just read it.
He just read it, so he read it.
5.13.
So that moves us on from that, and moves us on to the waiver section. Nope, sorry, go ahead. So,
Maybe you should do your findings of fact for the
yes,
rest of the
my
things.
findings of fact, I'm looking for it. It's the staff recommends that the board discuss and determine the findings of fact, which may include information from the staff reports, application submission. So in this case, findings of fact, are certainly the staff reports, the submission and the data information that we got from the applicant, all of the testimony that we've taken over the past several months for the public hearings and all the documentation that's been provided. So based on that, the board has determined on that one item for the report that we're looking for an additional report to be done, and moves us right into 5.2, which is to grant the following waivers. We've got section 1603.11 or 11, which is signs. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver as outlined in your packet? I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And 5.2B, which is section 2207.2, which is stormwater recharge to allow 3 feet of separation between the bottom of the infiltration system and the groundwater instead of 4 feet. I'll make that motion that we grant that waiver to section 2207.2 as outlined.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So we've got a motion, 5.3 is to deny the waiver of section 2102, sidewalks required to not provide sidewalks along the Break-A-Day or Loudon Road frontages, since the site is likely to be heavily used by pedestrians and the location in the pedestrian master plan. If the board chooses to grant this waiver, require the applicant to provide a fee in lieu of cost of construction of the sidewalk. So we've had significant discussion around the sidewalks. Jeff had proposed a couple of options to allow for the sidewalk to come to the main entrance up to Loudon Road, and then from there down Loudon Road to connect to the if you'd like to make a motion to,
I'll make a
I guess,
motion
is it
to deny the waiver.
deny the waiver first?
I actually have
Yeah.
some language. I've been thinking about
Yeah.
this.
Okay,
Based on what you've said. Are you ready for this?
sure.
Grant the waiver for sidewalks required to not provide sidewalks along the frontage from the facility entrance east to the dead end of Break-A-Day Drive, subject to the condition that the applicant provide the sidewalk
That would work.
from their entrance to Loudon Road, a pedestrian crossing across Loudon Road, the Loudon Road intersection, and a sidewalk connection to the existing sidewalk west along the south side of Loudon Road.
So we have support for that?
I will make that motion.
So
as
that motion
stated.
as it was outlined, so it's, again, just for the record, it's to grant the waiver with the condition of moving that sidewalk from the back end of the property down onto Loudon Road.
Good
So we've got a motion, do we have a second?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Discussion?
Is it to grant
Grant the waiver to not provide sidewalks along the full frontage
the
of their
full
site.
frontage?
But
Right.
just
The piece
To the
from
main
the driveway
entrance.
to Loudon Road, crossing Loudon Road, and then down Loudon Road.
Because that's not, yeah, because that's not exactly what 5.3 reads, so if this is
5.3
replacing
talks about
5.3.
Break-A-Day Drive.
I rewrote it.
So 5.3 is gone,
Gone.
existing is gone, thank you, okay, yep, fine, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 5.4 is to grant ADR approval subject to condition that the applicant return to ADR committee to review a mural proposed for the southeast facade of the building. Slipped right under, we didn't talk about the mural at all. Would someone like to make a motion to grant
Move approval.
ADR
Second.
approval subject to that condition? Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 5.5 is to grant the conditional use permit, CUP, in accordance with Article 2843D to allow for disturbance of wetland buffers based on the criteria, and it's outlined there in your packet. Would someone like to make a motion to
So
grant
moved.
that conditional use permit? Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And 5.6 is to grant major site plan approval for the construction of Phase 1, consisting of a new building of approximately 45,000 square feet and related site improvements, subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions noted below, which is precedent conditions 1.
Did you decide that you were?
Yeah, we don't, do we want to do that
thought you were done?
until we get the
We
report?
do not want to do that.
That's right.
You were just on a roll.
I was on a roll. I was
No, you
rolling
weren't.
right off. My check mark
you.
is
I was
going,
go- I
is
was
going and
about to say
going.
the same thing.
Well, thank you for not making me read the whole next page, so.
Yeah, I thought I.
Okay, so we'll stop short there. We'll give them conditional use permits and waivers, or ADR approvals and the waivers. Clear on where we're headed? Not happy, but clear where we're headed? Okay. All right, so we will move on. Let's go from there. Heather, we can move on to the next item in our agenda.
7E, New Hampshire Land Consultants, on behalf of Pennacook Realty Partners LLC, requests major site plan and major subdivision approval for a 68-unit townhome development at 150 Fishel Road in the General Commercial District. I will give you a quick update to say staff has been dealing.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I think you need to continue the meeting for our hearing. Otherwise, you'd have to renotice again.
Very true.
Oh,
That is
thank
very
you.
true. Thank you, Mr. Sanborn. Thank you very much. So, motion to continue?
Should we,
Yeah.
do we need to wait till Amanda comes back?
Well,
from
you
Bethel?
can either
No, we still have a
continue or
quorum.
you can table it since we don't know. I don't know. We can
Is there a
continue it for
proper-
a month.
As long as we don't have to renotice.
Either way, motion,
You can continue it.
motion to continue.
Motion to continue. So we got a
Well,
motion to
next,
continue.
June 21st.
21st meeting, yeah. Motion to continue to the June 21st meeting. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Just for the record, Amanda stepped out. We still have a quorum.
Guys.
Suzanne?
Suzanne, guys?
Good? Yes?
I'm
Say
leaving.
aye.
No, yes
I'll
for
have
the
to stay?
continuation?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, you're good. Go.
Suzanne's not feeling well, she's heading out, so
Okay.
still have a quorum. Thank you, Mr. Sanborn, thank you for that.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, let's read, come on back up, sorry, guys, 7.3, I'm sorry, 7E, we'll read
Yeah.
that into the record.
So we've already read it in the record. I was giving you a quick staff update to let you know that we've been dealing with a number of issues that we are comfortable. There's outstanding engineering issues. There's a new waiver. But we, at this point, do not have any significant issues with, there's also a traffic study. I'm sorry, I forgot to say that. There's a traffic study being conducted right now. We haven't received the results of it yet. We've recommended approval. Based on that traffic study, any issues being addressed. If the issues that come up during the traffic study cannot be addressed, we'll have them come back to the board. But we have recommended approval for this meeting tonight.
Okay, welcome to the table. If you guys could state your names for the record.
Scott Frankowitz from New Hampshire Land Consultants.
Jake McManus, Compass Development, representing.
All right, so we got a quick staff update on that. If you can tell us a little bit about your project. We've seen it and looked at it, so feel free to be brief and we'll ask questions as we go along.
Yeah, it's a 68-unit condominium development off of Pinehurst, which is off of Fisherville. We submitted back in January, gone through a couple meetings, and then in April, we were continued pending review, engineer review. We received that end of last week. There's things in there, as Heather said, that we need to address, but there's nothing major. We did have a traffic scoping meeting between our last meeting here and this meeting, and I got the scope today that Kim from TEP and Jason, your representative from VHB, came up with, that they feel is a scope that that we need to prepare and VHB needs to review. So with that, I'm really open it, and we do have one waiver, and it's for the stormwater separation, similar to the last case that you had.
Okay. Yes, Jeff.
I just have one question. I did watch last week, I don't know if you were here when I said it, so I did watch last month, so I understand everything went on. The only question I'm struggling with is your catch basins 2, 3, and 4 are in curb, basin at the end of the curb. How do you propose clearing those of snow in the winter?
I don't have the plans right now.
Oh, sorry. Those are those ones by the Filterra units that are in the 3 corners. They're pretty much, it's like a 3-foot space along the curb line, and the basin's at the end of them. How do you clear them of snow?
I guess it would have to be by hand.
As long as that, do you have an O&M plan that you're putting together for snow removal for the site?
We can, definitely.
Okay, if you could just make that to engineering satisfaction, just to make sure that happens. Because without that, that system's not gonna function at all.
Yep.
Make sure that's part of our, if we get to,
Conditions, yeah.
if we get to conditions, make sure that's part of that.
I see Martha shaking her head, so she knows exactly where I'm going with that.
Any other questions from the board? So you got your traffic back, you said?
No, what happened, we had a Zoom scoping meeting with Heather and Martha and Jason from VHB
yep.
and Kim from TEP and a few other people, and they were left with a task to come up with a scope of the study.
All right, sorry, misunderstood. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I did have one other question,
Yes.
I apologize.
Yep, no.
So on the lighting plan, I see that you have these big vacant spots where all the buildings are. Are these units gonna have any exterior lighting on those back patios, and should that have been considered
It'll be
in your
the-
lighting plan?
The normal door light, there won't be any other light than that anticipated out of your normal man door light.
So tell me about underground utilities. I know that was a concern.
So we originally had approached the municipal electric provider, and they said that the single-phase transformers were 4 years out, which doesn't work for this project.
Wow, is that right?
So we have looked at other options, and we are continuing to look at other options. Three-phase transformers are 52 weeks out, 1 year. So it's a problem throughout the country. We have a project in Manchester right now that does not have a transformer, and it could be occupied. We got workforce housing grant from the state, and we cannot occupy it currently. So
4 years out for single phase?
yes,
It's bad.
I can send you the email.
Holy cow.
So we're looking at alternates to keep this project going. We know there's
Absolutely.
a housing need, so we're
Is there
trying to fill
anything that could be done in the sense of, I mean, we love underground, we want underground, we
Absolutely.
want to try to push it that way.
Yep.
From a getting ready for it perspective and conduits run and everything done with the exception of the, but then again, then you're gonna put it up and it's all gonna be overhead and you're not gonna want to change it, so.
I think the direction that we're pushing is to go three-phase, and we'll make some electrical engineering judgment on-site that will require us to get.
And then move it from there.
Yeah, that's something I had mentioned at a
Yeah.
previous meeting, that could they run all the conduit?
Yeah.
Basically have the pad there.
Yeah.
Bypass the pad to do overhead transformers for now, when they came in.
And just reset it.
Transfer over and put the pad.
So feed all the houses through underground, but get it to the site
Right,
overhead.
come up to that pad, and at that pad, they might have to put a temporary pole with transformers
So
routed
we're
through
starting to
something.
see pad mount transformers, pole mount transformers going on pads with temporary fencing around it because they cannot meet it. And I think to your point, we're seeing it on the seacoast right now, and
Yeah.
that would satisfy that need. We'd go underground, and we're working with.
Okay, so that satisfies my piece of it, which is to make it as clean as possible inside the
Provisions for-
site. And then one pole is obviously a lot better than everything strung onto the site, so. Okay. I noticed a question on the landscaping comments. Revised plans indicate 24 trees that meet the distance requirements. 6 additional shade trees are required. We'd had some discussion regarding the trees that you're gonna put in those islands between the pieces. And Heather, I think eloquently put it that it's beautiful looking on the plans, but what really is gonna happen on those? Are they gonna be higher up? Are they gonna be more shade trees? What's the plan set for that?
Yeah. We'll revise the trees to the shade trees and the islands like as suggested.
Okay.
And then our landscape architect, that's what we're using, we'll give them the comments from planning and we'll revise the plans as such.
Okay. What else? Did I miss anything else? Anybody?
That's all I had.
Okay. Any comments from the audience on this application? Questions, concerns? No? Okay. Anything else from staff? No? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting it through. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Sorry for the wait. So again, in our findings of facts, using the staff reports, the applicant's submission, and the data that they've provided, we'll base our decisions tonight on those. In 6.1 is the request to grant a waiver for section 22072, which is stormwater recharge. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that waiver as outlined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Grant ADR approval, subject to the condition that the applicant return to an ADR meeting to review the plan revisions regarding buildings, landscapes, and pedestrian layout. That seems awful broad. What's the reasoning for
They
that?
kind of just wanted to see it again.
Okay,
So,
so just a final peek at it.
Right.
Make sure they put the trees in the right way.
right.
6.2, someone like to make a motion to grant ADR approval, subject to those conditions.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 6.3 is to grant major site plan approval and major subdivision approval for a 68-unit townhome condominium development and related improvements at 150 Fisherville Road, subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through 6. Subsequent conditions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
Sorry, I just noticed that I didn't finish my precedent condition two. I'll address all comments that arise from the. Traffic study. For some reason,
I was gonna, that's where I was going with that
Sorry,
one.
I just wanted
So
to
just
state
for the
that for the
record, we'll
record.
make sure that that too has been revised to say traffic study. You had some revisions.
Right, that the applicant amend their, or provide the snow removal procedures, including how to remove snow off those catch basins
Those
in the
catch
corners
basins,
to the
yep.
city staff for review. And
So would that be a precedent
7?
condition?
Yep.
Precedent condition
Put
7.
it on the plans.
Put it on the plans.
I have a question.
Yep.
If you go back to 1.5 up here, and maybe I'm just tired, but it says staff recommends a condition of approval that the study be completed. This is talking about a traffic memo, and any issues that arise be addressed as determined by engineering staff. Otherwise, the applicant may come again before the board to review the results of the study and staff recommendations. This is the same discussion we had in the last item. And seems to me we've got to be consistent.
Can you clarify? Or maybe I can help clarify.
Well, you can help clarify. I mean,
So in this one, the study's being prepared, reviewed by our third-party consultant in coordination with engineering. If engineering is acceptable to the results of the traffic study,
so that's the difference.
they're good.
That's
They're
the
different,
that's the
right.
question I asked before about the traffic study, and they said they'd scoped it with these guys today.
Right, okay.
So then it's then it's them reviewing it, making sure it's okay, and if it's not, then it comes back to
I
us.
just want to make sure
Yep.
we're consistent.
We are, yeah.
in what we're doing. I mean,
Yep.
it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. What?
Thank you for noticing that.
No, I read it and I kind of go, holy cow. I mean, we have to be consistent. We have to treat everybody fairly.
Yep. Okay, so we comfortable with that? All right, so we've got we don't have a motion on the table, so
You
we've
didn't
got.
do the subsequents, did
We
you?
didn't do the subsequent conditions, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Any more subsequents? Nothing? So would someone like to make a motion with that revision to precedent condition 2 to grant major site plan approval as outlined, major site plan and major subdivision approval as outlined?
And adding,
And
Precedent
adding
condition number
7,
7.
precedent condition
snow
7, yep,
removal.
we got that.
I would make that motion with that amendment.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion
No,
carries.
I'm voting no. 'cause
No, I'm sorry,
just
yep,
not
Suzanne.
100% comfortable
Okay,
with it.
Teresa
And
is
not
no on
Suzanne,
that.
it's Teresa, yeah.
Yep, Teresa's no on that. Okay, so that passes. Thank you very much. You're good to go. 7F. Could read that into the record.
Oop, do you need to close that public hearing? No, we already did
Closed.
because we voted. Sorry,
Yep.
now I'm getting tired.
I closed it and sent them back, actually,
I'll
so
read-
I did it the right way.
I'll read fast. The Dubay Group, on behalf of Signature Homes, requests major subdivision approval for a 5-lot cluster subdivision and a conditional use permit to utilize frontage lots for property off of Curtisville Road in the open space residential district. Staff, you want to take over? I'm not sure where we are with that. Has it been determined
So-
complete?
Well, they have to grant a waiver, so the staff, the applicant is, this is where nobody can talk after 10 o'clock. The applicant has requested a waiver to have the public hearing the same night as the determination of completeness. This is a major subdivision, so normally it would be a 2-month process. They came before us, they actually applied in March, so this would actually be their regular night for the public hearing. But they originally requested a waiver to not provide a stormwater report, and staff did not support that waiver, so we recommended to them that they postpone and provide us with that information, which they did. It's a 5-lot subdivision. We feel like we had sufficient time to review everything, so staff is supporting the waiver to have the public hearing the same night as the determination of completeness for this subdivision.
Okay. So we need to make a motion to allow for the public hearing to be held on the same night as the determination of completeness component for this application.
Correct.
Okay, I'll make that motion. Would someone like to second it? Hello?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Yes.
I have a question. Can
Yep.
I just ask a question? Is there precedent for doing this?
Yes.
We've done it several times,
Under-
yes.
Lots of them, yep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries, so we will open the public hearing.
Well, first you
Yes.
have to determine it complete.
We determine it complete. We're going to determine it complete and
And
then,
not a- and
and
not a
not a
development.
development. So determination of completeness component, not a development of regional impact. Would someone like to make a motion to find the application complete, not a development of
So
regional
moved.
impact? And open the public hearing. Motion's been made,
Second.
seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Public hearing is open. Welcome to the table. And could we get a quick staff update on this one?
Sure. So it's a 5-lot subdivision on Curtisville Road. They went before the Conservation Commission to discuss this, they are requesting a conditional use permit to do the standard frontage lots instead of a cluster subdivision, because it's more in character with the neighborhood. As part of that, they went to Conservation Commission to review the layout, because they still have to provide the 60% of open space. Conservation Commission was supportive of the proposal, just because of the large area of wetlands and habitat. This would be the least amount of impact on that area. They've also requested that the applicant, instead of putting an easement, actually deed the property to the city, because we have adjacent conservation land, and that provide contiguous open space that is owned by the city. And the applicant, I believe, has agreed that he is amenable to that as well, so we've made that a condition.
Perfect. Welcome to the table. If you could state your name for the record.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Doug McGuire. I'm with the Debate Group, and I'm here representing the applicant and owner, Signature Homes LLC. So, a fairly straightforward development. When the applicant came to us with this, we looked at the property within the RO requirements, did some initial calculations, and we'd be looking at a cluster development of about 9 units. And so laying out, coming up with some ideas, it didn't really seem to fit in the area. You can see from like the overview that it's a lot of larger size lots, not necessarily clustered homes. And so we thought it would fit better as a frontage development with no additional roadway infrastructure at the detriment of a slightly reduced, going down from 9 units down to just 5 single-family home standard lots. We still are meeting all the open space requirements per your regulations, which are detailed on the sheet right here. We did a calculation just to make sure that we had the open space, the buildable open space, the contiguous buildable open space as required. We found that the majority of the land that we were able to preserve is actually that higher value wetland area. And you can see that on the plans. I'll go back to just the overview topo plan here. You can see this is the large wetland system that's in the rear of the property, and that is fed by a cross culvert under Curtisville Road that goes right through, and we actually included that area in the open space as well. So that's not directly part of anybody's lot. We have been working with staff. We received their both planning and engineering review comments. We've already had a chance to digest those. No issues with any of their comments. In fact, we've addressed the majority of those on the plans already. And so I guess with that, I'll turn it back to the board and happy to answer any questions that you have about the application.
All right, looks pretty straightforward. Jeff?
So I have a couple questions. Have you provided the staff profiles of these driveways? And I ask because a lot of the site's higher. You're coming down to the road. This is a gravel road. I'm concerned with the amount of water that's going to come out and then possibly wash down the shoulder. And on that same token, there's a large ledge outcrop right along the frontage that kind of technically today impedes that drainage flow. And I'd like to see if there's some ability, to have the applicant remove that. And it kind of fits into my next piece is, given the horizontal vertical alignment of that roadway, we should be seeing sightline profile and alignment drawings. Because when I went out there and I stood at one of the driveways, a car came around the corner and I didn't see it until it got fairly close to me. So I would recommend that we do include that, because now that that is a recreation area, there's a lot more cars than just the people that live there using the roadway.
Okay. Well, what I can say is we didn't do final profiles of every individual lot, but we did do very detailed prototypical lot grading, which you'll see on our prototypical plan here. This was one of the additional plans that we added as part of the revision that we sent back to staff. And you can see, I mean, these.
Sheet are you on up there?
I'm sorry, it's sheet 7. So, I mean, you can see, I mean, these are, every single lot is fully graded out, and the driveways are very, very, easily accommodated. In fact, the lots are very easily accommodated. They work really well in the surroundings. So you can see, I'll just kind of quickly walk the board through these. You can see lot 5 here, I'll go from right to left. You have right here a lot, you're coming straight in off the road, no more than 2% of the driveway, and then the proposed walkout to the rear corner right here, which is a desirable item for many times that it would be nice to have if the topography can support it. Same with this, you can see we're coming in, although coming into a couple 2, 4, 5 feet higher than lot 5, working with the topography, again, very flat driveway, 2% or less, and then a walkout again into that far corner. On this driveway, just working with topography, walking out to the right side now, just because we're kind of coming back up. So there's, obviously the lowest point here is in the middle, so we come and then come back, climbing back up this way, a 2 to 4% driveway, a 2 to 4% driveway here. The only long driveway was the one here for this lot, and we did cut a profile of that, but worked very well with the topography. We did have the profile right here. It's only a 1% down and up with a 2% cross slope, just to make sure we're getting drainage moving. We did do a full drainage study, even though this is, has no road infrastructure, because it is a major, and staff was looking for that. So we did evaluate this development just to make sure that we're meeting pre versus post from a drainage perspective.
I guess my question is, are you creating a ditch line at those driveways, or are you having those driveways come all the way right down to the existing road and we get no drainage swale anymore?
So just to clarify, so in our comments, we specifically asked for a profile.
Okay.
And we will not issue a driveway permit until we've seen that. The driveways have to be constructed to our standard, so it does not allow them to come down. They have to have a level platform.
Okay.
So
And I
that
think
is
that-
addressed in our specific comments.
Okay, I apologize if I missed that. And I believe also as part of the driveway permit, the sight lines are also
That's
required.
correct.
I know we usually ask for it at the planning board, but I know it can be addressed through staff as well.
So it is a specific comment, so we'll work with their
Okay,
engineer
that's fine,
on
and
that.
I'm fine with, as long as you get engineering's approval, whatever you provide, I'm fine with that.
Okay, any other questions? Matt?
So I'm looking at lot number 1 and the PSNH easement, so that driveway runs right along the edge of the easement.
Correct.
It is a long driveway. How long is that?
It is
Now, looking at their profile.
about 500 feet. Yeah, it is
Good thing it's gravel.
And it's gonna be gravel, or we don't know that, I think it's.
Yeah, I mean, it will end up being a really nice lot, just because, it has some nice backup into that rear area.
Okay, other questions? Nope. Nope. Any member of the audience have any questions or concerns about this application? No? All righty, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any other staff comments or updates? I think so? No? All right, so in your, yes?
Question?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, so the property that would have been put in the conservation easement is deeded to the city
As a condition of approval,
as a
yes.
condition of approval. Can the city develop that?
They could put trails on it. They cannot develop it for commercial development. There's restrictions placed on the deed.
Okay, so they could not put a building there?
No, they could not.
And it's the open space in the middle, right? In the middle of the
All
two.
the way out and around.
Yeah, in the middle and then the whole
And in
back.
the back, oh, yeah, I got the
Everything-
back.
Pretty much everything but the lots.
Everything but the
yeah.
lots.
Okay. Otherwise,
But
it defeat the purpose.
Yeah, no, anything that's protected by the planning board is
And then the-
permanently
saying
in
you don't
perpetuity
trust the city?
protected.
And then the rest
Not
of it
saying okay.
is out behind, the existing space is already out there, right? That the city owns?
It's to the west.
But it gives you a
I mean,
contiguous
Yes.
onto Curtisville?
Correct.
Okay.
Especially lately.
Okay, all right. So in your packets, there's lots of technical review comments, and I assume those will all be addressed in the deed restrictions on the easement. So in your packet on 4, again, using the findings of fact, which will be our staff report and the information that was just provided by the applicant's representative, as our finding of fact, we'll make motions based on those, and under 4.1, which would be to grant the conditional use permit pursuant to section 28(5)46 of the zoning ordinance to allow conventional subdivision layout where a cluster development is otherwise required. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that conditional use permit as outlined?
So moved.
Motion
Second.
has been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 4.2 is to grant major subdivision approval for the proposed 5-lot residential subdivision with a remainder open space lot on Curtisville Road, subject to the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1 through 7, subsequent conditions 1 through 7. No other changes to those. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that major site plan approval as outlined?
So moved.
Major subdivision approval as outlined, sorry. So we got a motion, we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. It's odd that we have
I'm
a
sorry, I
5.
forgot I was taking notes for Allison. Who made the motion?
Byron and I tied.
Yeah,
Okay.
we did, so give the
All right,
toss up
Matt
to
went
Matt.
that one, and then Amanda seconded. Thank you.
It's odd, we have a 5-unit subdivision with no waivers, nothing. It's pretty straightforward. Thank you very much for for the application. Good luck with the project.
Did you ask for public?
I did, and I closed the public hearing. I did it right.
She did.
I did.
He did.
All right, we're not gonna hear 7G.
Sorry, St. Paul's, that's it.
All right, let's hear 7G.
Novus Group, on
If
behalf
you
of St. Paul's
insist.
School, requests major site plan approval for construction of a new 10,000 square foot 2-story building and related site improvements for the purpose of an admission center at 325 Pleasant Street in the institutional district. Staff has previously recommended, right, this is determined complete, and we recommend opening the public hearing.
All right, great. Well, the public hearing is open. Let's get a quick staff update while these guys sign in to the sheet there, if we could.
Sure, so, yep, I'm sure they'll talk through, this is for a new admissions building. They've gone before architectural design review. There are some conditions that were requested by Demolition Review Committee and the Heritage Commission regarding the reuse of some of the features from the existing building, existing fencing. I think we've heard that they will be incorporating some of that, that may not be on these plans that we're gonna see tonight. Conditional use permit to not construct all of the spaces, and staff is in support of that for the reduction in pavement. And I think there's a couple of waivers, and staff is in support of that due to the nature of the location of the project within the central part of the campus itself.
Outstanding. Welcome to the table. If you guys could state your names for the record.
Thanks. Chris Neto with Novus Group.
Lonnie Ash with CBT.
Casey Russo with CSL Consulting.
Great. Well, it's a nice-looking building. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was a swimming pool building when I first looked at it. So I'll let you tell us why this swimming pool building will be a great addition to the St. Paul School campus.
That's right. So first, I want to say I'm impressed by everyone's stamina and dedication tonight. So thank you for.
Well,
hearing
we're
us
not
out.
done yet, so you wait to thank us till the end.
Exactly. So I'm from CSL Consulting. I'm the owner's rep here on behalf of the school. St. Paul's had a master plan that yielded a welcome center. It's sort of something that a lot of their Peel schools are doing. It's essentially a 2-story office building that will be the new sort of face of the school. It'll be the first thing that people get to experience and when they're coming for tours, and as something that the students can enjoy too. So the program is basically something that will house the admissions staff and communication staff, and it'll have a gathering area too that they can welcome families and do presentations in. So they're really hoping to fill in this space and have it be the first thing you experience, and they want sort of a sustainability overlay to it so that it can reflect sort of their values for incoming students. So, and we have
Tell me about the sustainability piece. I saw the solar panels on there. Is it, any other sustainability aspects to the building?
So they're seeking LEED certification. So the solar panels on the roof will represent about 30% of the building's power. It's going to be an all-electric building, and there's a lot of landscaping that will, utilize and try to reduce water use and features like that. There's triple pane windows, other key things I'm forgetting that we're.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Only 30% with that many solar panels?
A lot of solar panels. That's a lot.
So we did a study we wanted to meet net zero, but it would have taken a canopy over the parking lot, and we looked at that, but it was cost prohibitive to take that next step. So,
Wow, it must have been really expensive then.
So
Takes
just,
a lot of power to run in that swimming pool.
That's right. That's right. Giant swimming pool in a big glass building.
It's a lazy river.
Is it at all passive solar? Is it at all passive solar? Is the design passive solar as well?
It's not a
It's
passive
not,
house,
okay,
no.
that's fine.
All right, Chris, tell us about the project.
so site plan wise, the site is right off of Pleasant Street. So if you come in Dunbarton Road from Pleasant Street, which is up here, you go by the Alumni Building on the right, it's right after that. There's a small house there that is a residence right now that's going to be torn down and replaced with this building. It's about a 16,000 square foot overall building, 2 stories. Really not proposing to do any new parking. The parking that's there now for alumni will be utilized. And there is some overflow parking across the street, so that's St. Paul's doesn't feel like they need any additional parking because it is just a few families visiting. But we are asking for a conditional use permit for the additional parking that
So the
to meet the
parking
ordinance.
piece of it is driven by you're not going to be using it other than for a welcome center. So if you've got 2 families coming in on a Saturday or 3 families coming in on a,
Yep.
it's not going to be, a facility that's used other than that. Okay.
If it is used for assembly, it'll
Well,
be
yeah,
basically the students on the
Students
campus
are
who
coming
are
in
already there.
anyways, sure.
Yeah, right, exactly. So we are asking for a conditional use for the reduction of parking. There were 3 comments from staff that we just wanted to quickly cover that was asking for planning board input on. First was related to a fence that's out front, and I've got a picture here. It's just sort of as you come in Dunbarton Road, there's a granite post fence that, I thought there was a picture here.
There is, it's in the back. I think it's the last plan set.
Yeah,
There
right
it is,
here.
right there.
So that's alumni in the background there, so this comes in. ADR had suggested that we try to preserve that fence. St. Paul's really was not interested in doing that. They don't feel like it works well with the new building, so they're asking to not have to do that. The second was,
Hang on, Chris. Yep, go ahead, Desiree.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't know there was, you have to, because we already told Heritage Commission that you were going to. Someone told me that was gonna stay. Heritage Commission was very concerned. I guess the granite posts are historic. It's a historic fence. And isn't it across the rest of it's in other locations?
When you first come into campus, that kind of
Yeah.
fence is on both sides, but then it stops, and then there's a parking lot, and there's just this little strip of it. It isn't on the other side, so we were thinking because the building is sort of closer to the road, the grade kind of doesn't really lend, it won't be the way it is now, so it'll
Yeah.
be hard to put it back, essentially, in
So
plan.
Heritage was very concerned about the fence, and I thought it was, somebody told me, I
Yeah,
don't know
we
what
have an email from Tracy Hutton, zoning administrator, who said she heard from the construction representative from St. Paul School that they support the suggestion to keep the fence and are working with their landscape architect to incorporate it into the design.
And Heritage Commission was so happy to hear that.
Construction representative, we'll have to talk to them.
You just got somebody fired. Good job.
Both wheels of the bus, right?
I was
over.
comfortable just going, somebody told us.
Contractors
Email as it was presented.
not coming to meetings anymore. So one of the things we talked about with the Heritage Commission was with the taking down of the house, we're gonna keep some of the material from the house, the brick and some of the granite, and try to reuse it. So I think maybe that was like what they were thinking we were gonna salvage. I don't know if it was the.
I have a question about your house. Are you taking, is it when you go into the campus, is it the first house on the right?
Correct.
Across the street from the Red
After the
Barn.
parking lot, I think.
That's across from the
Across
Red
from the
Barn,
Red
but then
Barn.
there's that little white cape that's next to that?
No, not the White Cape, it's a brick, house.
No, but there's a white cape next to the brick house, so is this new building gonna be?
Oh,
right-
no, that's not, that'll stay.
Okay, but this building is gonna be right there, kind of on top of that white cape.
We're looking at the same
So
spot.
the little White Cape, I think, is north, planned
Yeah.
north, almost past the generator, that, almost,
That's the one right
that
I
one
think you're
right there.
thinking
This
the
is
other side
down
of the
in a little
alumni.
There's a pointer right there that he can be using to.
So, so that house is,
That
yeah,
house right
would
there.
stay, basically where the new building is there's a small.
There are some residences out behind here. Those are sort of off the plan, and the driveway is in between where the new building is and where those houses are as well. So just the brick house that sits on the site, that's the only one that will be
That's the only one
demolished.
coming down. Thank you.
So I guess we'll have to talk about the fence, and we can discuss that with staff, since the Heritage Commission is requiring it. The other question was related to the sidewalk.
Hold on, Chris.
I just, if you do decide, or you can't, you don't really, it's a big sticking point. I think they just really wanted the granite posts to either be relocated or put somewhere, or
Oh, yeah.
they find those of value
Yep.
and want them to be.
Well, that could
You send them
definitely.
to Abbott Village, because they took out, the guy took all those and stole them. Sorry, for the record.
For the record. So, one of the other questions was related to sidewalk. So, right now, yeah, sorry to bring up sidewalks, but, the guns are loaded. So there's a
We're gonna
side,
do sidewalks, not just offer money.
there's a sidewalk that runs down along the east side of the campus, along Dunbarton Road, and there's actually a crosswalk here. So we were proposing to just run a non-ADA sidewalk up into the parking lot here, and staff had suggested maybe we want to consider extending the sidewalk to the primary entrance to the building. And again, St. Paul's feels like the majority of the people who are going to be visiting, with vehicles are going to actually be parking in this parking lot. This is just an overflow over here. And then, of course, all the students will come through the many, many sidewalks that are located throughout the campus. So the additional sidewalk they didn't feel was necessary.
Question real quick, if I may,
Yep.
Chairman. The sidewalk, where does staff park to the ones that are in admissions that are entering this building, so that I just have a clear idea about what sidewalks they might be using, unless they're parking across the street or
Yeah,
somewhere else?
again, staff typically parks in this parking lot here. There are a handful of overflow parking spaces over near the Red Barn, which I've seen maybe one or two cars over there, but never any more than that. So the majority of staff will be parking in the primary parking lot that's already there.
And there's adequate spaces for those that work in that building?
There is, yeah. Yep.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, sorry. I
No,
thought I
that's
was waiting
okay.
for
I
him to
just,
talk.
on the sidewalks, I mean, you are removing kind of a sidewalk that goes around the front of the existing building that connects back to the residence that connects to that crossing. So, since that goes away now, I think you should, and I wouldn't say it's non-ADA, because ADA allows you to match the existing grade of an existing road if there's no alternative to make it. I would recommend you connect it, because then that connects back around the other side of the building and continues that way. Whereas today, you've got the sidewalk that runs across kind of the front of the building that's gonna go away. So you've cut that connection from the Red Barn to those residents with unless people are walking on the road. And I will tell you, the day I visited, somebody was walking down that driveway, one of your security vehicles was coming down, and I couldn't make a right turn in, and so I almost got rear-ended because there was so much going on in that small space. So I highly support the sidewalk up, and I really would like to see it across the front and connect to the main entrance so that there is that connectivity back around that is lost when the current sidewalk that runs kind of behind that fence we're all talking about around the front of the building.
Does that make sense, Casey?
Yeah, I don't know what sidewalk we're taking out, but I understand
It's the one that goes to the front door of the house.
Pretty much right there, it goes around the front door and that little one that kind of connects across, because it does go from that driveway all the way around to the other side. And so when that disappears, that easy connection kind of back and forth disappears, other than walking in the road. So I think it's just, you're just moving it kind of to the other side now to put it along the parking spaces.
Okay, then I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There was one other item that related to screening of mechanical equipment. So the trash, there's a small trash enclosure here in the corner that will be screened with wood fence. And then there's mechanical equipment, condensing units next to the building that will also be surrounded with wood fence. We do have a transformer and an emergency generator here, but those are well behind a bunch of landscape screening back there, so we're not proposing to put surrounding or
Put an armed guard back there, make sure that the guy from Fisherville doesn't know you got him.
Sorry, Chris, there is a note on sheet C3 that says in that location to be screened. So I just want to,
Yep,
that's
so
why I
we'll
wanted
have to, we'll take that note off. The intent was not to screen the transformer and the emergency generator.
So those pieces of equipment were gonna be closer to the building, but aesthetically, that's not the thing you wanna see when you first come to a welcome center. So they already have an existing generator, an existing transformer, another 10 feet north that's behind some trees. So we thought it made sense mechanically to cluster them all together. So that's why we pushed them away from the building and didn't feel we needed to enclose them because the existing ones aren't that way now. There's a whole line of trees on that west side of the parking lot, so you really don't see it when you're coming up. Whereas the trash enclosure is kind of a necessary evil that makes sense to screen. So.
How is the trash removed? Is it by truck, or is it somebody comes out and manually dumps in something? Because I'm looking at it, I'm thinking that's not really a line for a truck to pull up.
So the in-house facility staff at St. Paul's, these are custom trash cans. They're like bigger than a toter, but they have little trucks that come and grab them and
Okay,
take them that way. So.
that's what I just, because it doesn't look like a commercial, typical
Yeah,
dumpster
yeah.
that, okay, thank you.
It's like a happy medium between what you
Yep.
see at your house to like a large, giant.
And then I mentioned the conditional use permit. In addition, we're asking for two waivers. One was to not show property lines because we're inside the campus, so if we had to show property lines, we'd have to go way out beyond the project limits. And then the second was related to stormwater. We can't infiltrate here because the soils and groundwater don't allow it, so we have a very small increase on the 10-year storm. It's 0.02 acre feet, if that means anything. So we're asking for a waiver from that as well. And
Okay.
that's it.
There's nobody here to ask for public testimony, so I'll ask, yes.
Nobody?
So, I just have a couple questions. I see there's 91 existing spaces. You want to drop it to 87 and then get a waiver for future parking. Is there any way you can put back those 4 in that so that you can at least match what's existing, especially since you're adding another use to that area reasonably?
So you're saying go,
At least match existing, and then
But
ask-
do we want that? I mean, do we want to add space?
yeah, they don't need it.
Yeah, we would not recommend that
We
they
don't
add.
want to
But
add
how do we know if
parking.
they need it?
Yeah, but we don't
Well,
want to
they
add
know if they
parking
need
if
it.
we don't need it.
Okay,
Just the use of the building is, I mean, for select points of the year, families will come at the most, 8, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, today it's a house in the
No, I got
alumni
you.
center and it has 91.
I got you.
Now we're taking the house down, putting another building that's gonna be a major generator, first entrance into the site, but yet we're reducing the parking.
Yeah. But again, we're going to rely on these guys to tell us what they need. I don't want to require them to put in sites that parking that they don't think they need.
And a lot of that is the Red Barn parking lot, which at the moment remains empty for most part of the day. So that is kind of their overflow strategies right across the street.
Okay.
That's the point of the conditional use permit too, is if they do need it.
I was just asking,
No, that's good
you know,
enough.
this is
that's
why we have the discussions. Like
perfect-
she says,
perfect-
turn the point of view.
Perfectly good question.
I do have one other question though. In the parking lot, if you zoom in to the alumni side, you have that island between numbers 5 and 14, space numbers. Up, kind of, yeah,
Oh, the
that
row
one.
top.
Right there, there's a tree that's been cut off. Now, I'm assuming that was part of an original approval for the original site plan. Can that tree be replaced? There's a stump.
So when you went out to site, there was a stump. So the trees that we're planting on around the building, is that
Right, but
enough to?
we always talk, we like to have ones in the parking lot. And so I'm asking,
Oh,
can
is-
the tree that's missing, that's been
So-
cut down, replace?
Is that an island, or what is
Yeah,
that?
that's an island.
So is it a plantable island? Right
Yeah,
there?
It sounds
Yeah.
like there was a tree there that they lost, it probably
Yeah,
died
it was
or
just
something.
chopped off. And I'm just asking, can we have that replaced so that we at least are trying to get more of our,
Bet we could.
How big's the face?
no, it's just,
Okay.
it's probably
So-
They're not in it.
6-inch diameter.
Make sure we mention that in the end. So you got it between what space, whatever it says.
Yeah, well,
14 and
just
5.
between the two numbers, 5 and 14, right under the, well, the telephone line runs through there, so I know you
The
got
other
kind
thing
of.
too is maybe operations took it down, like you said, it died and they have a plan to replace it, but I mean, putting back one tree, I don't think it's a huge
Yeah,
ask.
it's not a
No.
deal.
I think we can do that.
As long as the utilities allow.
Right.
Right.
Looks like there's a couple
It's there
utilities.
today, so I'm assuming they avoided the utilities at one point.
Yeah, you never
That's a
know.
good assumption.
Maybe that's why they cut it down.
That's how it died too.
That's how it died, too. Touche, touche. All right, Jeff, you
No,
good?
I'm good, that's.
Anything else? Remember the
Remember the audience?
Remember the
Anybody
audience?
out there
Emily?
want to say something?
Speak now or.
Okay,
hold
so
your peace.
we will close the public hearing. Any other comments from staff?
Do you want to talk about the building at all, or are you? all good
No,
with
I'm
that?
good with the building. I think we got the elevations. Like I said, it looks like
The
a pool
architect's been
building.
waiting here.
Oh, the architect, oh, come on. So we
Well, I have a
won't,
question about
we
the
won't
building.
close the public hearing.
think
We'll
he was a
just-
little
Well, no,
offended.
I have a question about the building. So why are there 4 individual, I think I know the answer to this, why are there 4 individual restrooms right in the center of this building?
Restroom.
As opposed
Very good
to-
question.
So we meet the plumbing code for the amount of fixtures in the building, but the school is trying to be progressive.
So they're gender neutral.
Oh,
They're single use.
they are.
So they're
Yes.
not
Yeah.
gang bathrooms like you might see in a more public
Right.
building where there would be groups of people that could go in. These are all single use.
Right.
And the same
don't like it.
happens on the second floor, I think, to be,
Thank you, that's what I suspected.
Okay.
Would you believe I go to a club in Boston, brand new, 3,500 people, and they've just decided to forget about gender in the restrooms? It's just
Mhm.
like,
it's a
that's it.
And go in a gang bathroom when that
I wish I
happens, it
could
really
zoom in on
confuses
these
the heck
plans
out of
and
me.
read that, but I
it's a
can't.
touchy,
Thank you, that was just curiosity. I'm all set, thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. What's that? Yeah, no, I saw him. I just couldn't read him. I zoomed in and I couldn't read what it said.
My eyes better than yours?
No. All right, you want to see the plans? No? Hey, it looks beautiful, beautiful looking building, so kudos.
School's very excited about it.
It's brick and wood, or
There's brick and wood, yep, a lot of glass.
a lot of glass? All right, anything else? So let's move on to our report, if we could.
Did you open and shut the?
I opened and shut the public hearing. I was gonna open it again to hear about it, but I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Because it's 10:52.
Oh my God,
Not that that has anything to do with it.
don't remind me.
You just drew the short straw. Okay, so again, using our findings of fact tonight, the staff reports that we've got, the applicant's submission materials, and then the presentation materials that they provided. Using that as our finding of fact, we'll take a motion to grant architectural design review approval with some underlying discussion regarding the fence granite, specifically the granite posts, and hope that they can be reused because you told us they could. And
So moved.
we got a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 4.2 is to grant the following waivers to the site plan regulations using criterion RSA 674-44, which is outlined there with section 1503 for property lines and section 22073 for offsite flows, as the applicant outlined. If someone would like to make a motion to grant those waivers as outlined.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. 4.3 is to grant the conditional use permit CUP in accordance with 28711B of the zoning ordinance to allow for the construction of 87 spaces where 153 are required. Would someone like to make a motion to grant that conditional use permit?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. And 4.4 is to grant major site plan approval for the construction of a new 10,100 square foot two-story admission center and associated landscaping areas, parking, sidewalks, stormwater improvements at 16 Dunbarton Road on the St. Paul School campus with the following precedent and subsequent conditions, and those are outlined in precedent conditions 1, 2, 3, subsequent conditions 1 through 5.
4 will be extending the sidewalk
That's
across,
precedent condition 4 on the sidewalk as discussed at the meeting.
and then 5 would be the replacement of the tree.
Replacement of the tree
On
between
the north
spot
side of the,
5 and
in the island, on the
14.
north side of the parking lot, I guess is the easiest way to describe it.
If feasible.
If feasible, if
Feasible
allowed
to
by.
whatever staff agrees is the
Staff's-
appropriate type.
Move approval.
Second.
So we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're all
Great.
set.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Thank you, everyone. Want to stick around for the PowerPoint presentation that we've got coming up here next?
Now they have two
So again,
polls.
other business,
Not as cool as two polls.
the 8, 9, and 10 in our list here have been postponed, or have been moved to the June 21st meeting. No, excuse me, 8 was not. 9 and 10 were moved to the 21st meeting. So any other business to legally come before the board tonight? So with that, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made and roundly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We are adjourned.
We're not done.
Thank you, thank you. Before 11.